Who has a flight leaving at, let's see, my flight tomorrow leaves at 4:30. So we'll definitely be done at 2. Indiana, there's no such thing as TSA on Sundays. It won't take you more than 2 minutes of security. And I usually, when I leave downtown, I leave an hour and a half before my flight departs. So you could leave as late. If you have a 4:30 flight, you could leave as late as... No, actually, I don't care what the live stream says. I like that light on. Tell them they need to come here. Yeah, keep it on. I like it on. I don't like them off.
I'm glad I'm here not listening to that.
The tail's not wagging the dog. If you don't like that you can't hear all the questions, then look, I got a whole table that you can socially distance by yourself next one. Because you're gonna miss out on the bus, you miss out on the cocktail parties. I'm sorry that you can't see the lighting very well, but it is free. We didn't charge you for it, so we had like 50 people yesterday. Okay. So, Hillary, anything to tell them about travel arrangements for Sunday? Yeah, we'll finish at 2, for sure. Okay, so today the idea is, what time does the shuttle get here today for the 12:30? 12:31, okay. So the goal is to get on the bus after lunch. Today we're actually gonna have box lunches come so that you can just, when they get here and you get hungry again, you just go grab one, bring it back over. Because this morning I'm gonna finish talking about markets, evaluation, answer any questions that we have spilled over from yesterday. And then I want to dig into the 3 markets that we're in, why we like them, some other markets that we like. I want to spend some more time talking about mobile home today because I was pretty close to doing another operation like in Ohio or Oklahoma, were markets that I really like. And we've been so busy with mobile and modular home, we've actually, I'm actually thinking of scaling up our modular home presence in each of the markets. So we have the dealership. In fact, our dealership in Idaho, let me show you here. It's in Pocatello, Idaho, so southeastern. You're on Facebook. It's interesting, we haven't even built a web page for the dealership because nobody searches for it. And when we do ads for homeowners or tenants, Facebook business page is so much better. It's fascinating how Facebook's like 10 years ago it was all about getting Google clicks and paying for those. Now it's about blasting out ads on Facebook. So Slate Mountain Homes is the dealership in Pocatello. And you can see, here was our modular home that we put in.
Being rolled over onto the foundation.
It's Slate Mountain Homes on Facebook. Yeah, it's our business dealership for our. So this is in Idaho. This is a modular home, and you can see we're ratcheting it onto a permanent foundation. Now, pre-1976, it was a free-for-all on how you manufactured homes. I don't want the most insane video next. I don't want that next. Wait, do we have to stop the stream? Because I brought...
Modular home in Roberts.
I mean, this is original content, yeah. Okay, and so I'll just leave it in the smaller view so you guys, because it keeps repeating. And so pre-1976 is really is what trailers are. There's really no such thing as a trailer after 1976. Everything is a manufactured home, meaning it's not manufactured on site, it's made in a factory. Everybody understand that? Okay. Now, what makes it a modular home like this is, number one, you can see it's a crawl space underneath there. We dug a 6-foot crawl space, poured form concrete walls, and no, all modulars go on at least a crawl space. Yeah. Because unlike with, like if you do this slab where all the plumbing and stuff popped up out, getting them to line up would be a nightmare. Because when you're building stick built, you have the, so. Yeah, although it's not that much. So like the foundation itself was $8,000. That's about what it cost me to pour a concrete slab that size. It's really not significantly cheaper. I've even done piers in my parks where we pour like little concrete plugs, and then and that's about $5,000. So that, yeah. Now here's what's interesting. I was talking to my foundation guy because everyone in Idaho has basements. This is a 1,300 square foot home, and I said, how much would it cost to go down 5 feet more and do a full basement? And he's like, I don't know, $4,000 more. So I'm like, oh my God. So, finishing basement square footage is like $25 a foot, maybe $30 a foot. So I could add a finished basement to the house for $25,000, $30,000, but double the square footage. So then I talked to the dealer out of Boise and I said, what would be involved with, let's see, I have a video of the actual, of a walkthrough. Okay, so that's the foundation before we did it. Oh, I put it on Alpine Capital Solutions, hold on. So I put a walking video of the home now that it's on the foundation. Let me pull that up. Well, modulars, so that's the thing, is a manufactured home is like a double wide in a park. A modular is like a double wide on a permanent foundation. When you put a manufactured home in a park, when they transport it from the factory where they build it, there's like a metal frame on the bottom. There's wheels and axles. That's manufactured. Okay? So the Pinocchio is manufactured. It becomes a real boy when it's modular. Okay? And so when the modular got on site, they had a temporary metal chassis on the bottom. They removed it and then set it on the foundation. When you slide one into your park, you leave the metal frame on the bottom, and then you just put the wheels and axles underneath it, and then you put skirting around the bottom. Right? Now, where it really matters, the homes themselves, the only difference really between a manufactured and a modular is they put bigger floor joists on the modular because it's sitting on the foundation. But other than that, in terms of construction finishes, if you were to walk through two of them, and I'll show you a video here and say, let me show you this modular. Yeah, insulation is based on where the home is in the U.S. So we insulate ours comparable to, stick-built homes around the corner. Oh, here it is. Okay. So this is that home after we got it on the foundation. This is a few weeks ago. Since then, we've put slats under the bottom front there. It had an overhang front porch.
Install some white pillars that will just kind of keep the...
It has a crawl space, but the next one we're actually going to put a basement on. Yvonne, you're asking questions to show you weren't listening. Teachers don't like that.
Will be our
All right. So, siding is OBS. And then you can see, this is a little 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,300 square foot home, but it's a starter home. Okay? There's a builder building homes around the corner that he's selling for 1,050 square feet with a two-car garage attached for $260. Okay? And they're on little 8,000 square foot lots. Mine's a third of an acre that backs up to the river. It's 300 square feet bigger, but I don't have a garage. And so, but I'm listing mine for $215. So I'm betting somebody goes, all right, well, modular is not as cute as stick built, but the modular is 300 square feet bigger. The little neighborhood they're building the homes in 3 blocks away is, more uniform. It's more conforming to what I want for suburbia, but the modular is on triple the size of the lot. We don't have a backyard on the stick built at 260. This backs up to the river. And it's getting these secondary videos. Okay, and so think about when you bought a home. There's like the one you really want and then the one you can afford or the one that you need pragmatically. And so we're just gambling that by undercutting that market. See, look at Look at the river behind that. I mean,
New foundation has just gotten finished.
okay. So modular's been interesting because there is no blueprint for how to do modular. Every time I post one of these videos, I get all these other real estate guys that I know here, that I know from Cal, who are like, hey Aaron, love to come pick your brain on modular. You know, I'm like, yeah, I know you would. Because the only way I figured it out is we had to do it ourselves. There's no seminar on modular. And we're just barely finishing our first one all the way through. It's, you know, yesterday they were building the decks, putting the sprinklers in, and finishing the concrete pad for parking. But I'm going to be into that modular $130,000 to sell for $215,000. And it took us a lot of time on this first one because you have to apply for building permits just like you're building a stick-built home. But because you get those permits, because you provide the engineering spec foundation plans, because you show that everything was conforming, then where it gets easy is when you're done. Because when that modular is done, that stick-built owner and I, we're working off the exact same comps. It's not comps for a modular. If you take a manufactured home, you leave the metal chassis on the bottom, put it on a crawl space, which I've done that, you can get a loan for that, but the appraiser has to use other manufactured homes on permanent foundations for their comps. That becomes a pain in the ass at comps. If you do manufactured on a permanent foundation, but if you do modular on a permanent foundation, now it costs a lot more to do the modular. They hit you at every stage of the way. They charge you $10 more per square foot for the home because there's slightly different specs for modular versus manufactured. They charge you, you have to pay more, whatever the local permitting costs are for modular home, you have to pay those. We've had on the second one that we're gonna do, I think we'll cut our timelines in half, but we spent about a year between city council, city planning approval, pulling those permits, whereas next time, I could see it be concurrent that we order the home from the dealership while it takes 6 months to get in the queue, get built, and get delivered. We're concurrently getting everything done. So the second it's done, I'm building homes in 6 months. I can easily see where you get it all teed up. Whereas right now, if you build a stick-built home, best case, 14 months from start to finish. I've had it take as long as 20. Because by the time you get through city planning, and then now subs are so tight, the labor market for subs, you know, that's been a drawback of Trump. I've seen a marked decrease in my Hispanic labor pool. You know, knowing that many are undocumented, just like all the farmers know many of theirs are undocumented, it's like the biggest not secret in America. And you know what's even crazier is I see farms get busted by ICE for undocumented workers, but they don't do anything to the farmer because everybody kind of knows that we don't really have a good provision for labor to come into the U.S. It's like, you know, a construction site gets busted, guys get hauled away, they don't do anything to the business owner. Like, that's madness. It doesn't make, we have the worst immigration policy, just like we have the worst healthcare. Like, neither of them work. They're train wrecks. So, and not only are the comps the same as modular for stick built, but the financing, there's not a modular FHA program. It's just FHA. It's just FHA. And so I'm really excited about it because, you know, 6 years ago, the median home prices were $163,000. 6 years later, we're over $200,000. The $200,000 starter home has gone away. Modular can be a solution for that. Okay, and so my wheels have been spinning now that I finished the first one. The next one I'm going to test is the basement because I said to the guy, you know, how are we gonna where do we put the stairs in that house? He said in the laundry room. It's, you know, they cut a hole in the back wall and then you put the stairwell down in the basement. So that'll be interesting figuring out how to do the foundation and how to like sync it all up. I have no idea how that's going to work, but the upside, imagine if, you know, I'm into that 130, if I only had to spend $35,000, I'm into 165 for a full basement. or do like what builders do, where I only finish the main room and frame out the bathroom and the bedrooms kind of gig. But then you just finish them, because then they're like, oh, we can finish this on the weekends. Like it's like but then you increase your finished square footage space. I mean, I think I could sell for 260, 270, or if they say, hey, I want a 2-car detached garage. We've been working with a couple of prefab. I said to the dealer, why don't you guys do garages also? It would make sense, right? And we can give you a list. So I've been looking at a few prefab 1-car, 2-car garages, because then imagine you just order that and then that gets delivered also. Because a stick-built garage is $30,000. So that doesn't really pencil. Question?
Where does manufactured and modular housing fit in terms of longevity and the quality of construction?
So,
What's their lifespan?
exact same. As a stick-built home. So there's no.
Can you define a stick-built home for me?
No. You're American. You know what they are. Wood frame construction, insulation, wiring, shingles, siding, stick-built. Yeah, but we don't have brick-built homes. Most homes with brick have brick siding. They're not built by. In the UK they build by brick, or in Asia they build by brick. But here in the US, we do wood frame construction. That's all right. Wait, but you asked the question before that I was going to answer. Oh, no. In 1976, that's what Housing and Urban Development said, okay, we got a problem. They're manufacturing all these crazy kinds of homes that, single wides and trailers that are getting put in parks, and we have we tried to rehab a 1975 trailer that I got for free, but it was in good shape. And when we upgraded from paneling to drywall, and the weight of the drywall started to pull the trailer in on itself. And so in 1976, they said, okay, common building standard. We don't care if you build it on site or if you build it in a factory, it's the same specs. So it's the same, same requirements for drywall, roofing. It's the same house. One of the criticisms I hear people say, I heard Dave Ramsey say this. He's like, well, mobile homes don't appreciate. Bullshit. They don't. Homes don't appreciate when they're trashed, right? If you the house down the street I bought from 1878 that we're going to go buy today, when I bought it for $250,000, it was really hammered, right? And the price of the land hasn't gone up over the years, but I've spent $350,000 on that house, and that's been the biggest driver of increase in value. And you think about your house, if you get an appraisal and the appraiser comes by and it needs carpet and paint, they could easily drop the appraised value on that $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 because it smells funny and looks shabby. The flip side is true. If an appraiser goes into a pristine home that just got painted, new carpet, you can't pull the wool over their eyes, but there's a subjective element to valuation and appraised cost that's tied to the current condition it's in. Let me show you a trailer in Idaho that I bought. Here's a perfect example that mobile homes appreciate. Okay, this is a 20-year-old home. I bought it from the park owner for $20,000. He put it in there 20 years ago for $17,000. I just sold it for $84,000. And I didn't sell it with the lot, I just sold the home. Now what did I do? Look at it, I fixed it up. It's got new flooring, it's got new appliances, we painted the cabinets. And so, don't tell me that this didn't appreciate. This is appreciated 400%. Because the land doesn't even factor in. This is a home in a park. And so it's appreciated 400%. Now, when I bought this, it was only worth $20,000.
More than enough room for a king.
So if you think about it, it's the same with single-family homes also. It's the same with apartments. Condition is a much bigger driver of value. Because if you spend $50,000 to sell to get it worth $150,000, it didn't appreciate. The correlation between value is tied to condition of the home, and so it's like a slam on modular manufactured homes that they try to throw out to say, oh, they're not good investments. Bullshit. They're great investments. and they're not an inferior, that's the myth. I like that misnomer. I like that people think, well, it's not a good investment or it doesn't appreciate. They only go down in value. From a tax standpoint, yeah, they only depreciate, but not from a valuation and sales standpoint. Who had a question? Yeah. That was a double. Yeah, it's in somebody else's park. So yep, so I bought it for 20, spent 10, and sold it for 80. Yeah, here's another one. This one was even better. I bought, let's see, there's a single wide, where is it? What do you, Tom? So this was like, now, I won't flip at this point. I don't really like anything older than 1990. There's some 80s that I've done, but I won't touch anything older than 1980. So preferably newer than 2000. Now this one was a single wide, 14-foot wide. Look, it still has the paneling. I bought it from the park for $5,000 in Idaho. I left the cabinets just like they were. I put new used appliances in from a used appliance retailer, but nicer. This is the higher end of his product, okay? Swapped out the carpet, swapped out the light fixtures. I mean, I did nothing to this one. Did a little light staging. Now I had to put new skirting around the bottom, but again, this is a manufactured home, single wide, in a park. The wheels and the axles are underneath it. It could be moved again. We added a new deck. We replaced the fascia board that was falling off. I spent $10,000 on it. Okay, sold it for, now, I could, all cash, I could have got 35,000, 40, right? So I could have easily made 70, 80%. But I had somebody hit me up and say, hey, we only have 15,000. I said, okay, well, if you want me to finance it, it's 49. So they gave me 15,000 down. I got all but 5,000 of my money back. Okay, if you don't have a amortization calculator app on your phone, download one, or mortgage calculator. They're free, because then when I'm talking to them, I'll say, all right, so you got 15, so 49 minus 15 is 34,000 loan amount. And now, obviously, I don't want to finance it for 30 years. So, usually I'll start at like 7 to see if they're cool with the payment. Because remember, they have to pay me the mortgage, plus they got to pay the lot rent. In the case of this park, it's $350 a month. And then I usually start at interest rate of about 8%. So the payment on that would be for 7 years for $34,227 a month, plus the lot rent of $350. So they're looking at a 2-bedroom, 2-bath home in a nice park. You can't rent an apartment for less than $850, $900 a month. Okay, and so for them, do they want to be homeowners in a mobile home park? I mean, that's probably not their first choice, but would they rather be renters in an apartment, or at least moving towards ownership on this home? Yeah, yeah. Now, I had one gentleman I was talking to, he said to me, he said, well, if I buy this home from you, once I pay the home off, I got to pay the lot rent forever. I'm like, yeah, but you get garbage, you get snow removal, you have a common clubhouse. And he's like, well, yeah, but if I buy some land, I don't have payment forever. I'm like, oh, really? You never heard of property tax? I said, what about your trash service at your house out in the country? Maintenance costs, ongoing costs. You have no sewer repair costs associated with this. You have no property tax bill when you own a home in a park. You have you have no snow removal. This park includes water as part of the fees. Most parks include either water and or sewer and or trash. So home ownership, even when you own your home free and clear and you own the lot, there's always a holding cost, in the form of property tax. I mean, I think a property tax is the worst kind of tax we could ever have, because it really means we don't truly have land ownership in the United States. Because you think you own your land, don't pay the taxes for 6 months. Yeah. I think a property tax is an insidious tax. I think it's a horrible tax, because You really, you know, my grandma, before she died, had almost a heart attack. They tripled her property tax. She'd owned her home free and clear forever, and she was like ready to move into assisted living center. You know, I mean, it's criminal. She couldn't afford triple property tax, and she bought the house in 1948 here in town. And so, yeah, I hate property tax. Question? But it's expensive. So, because you got to pay them to break the house down, you know, take the skirting off, disconnect the utilities, put the wheels and axles back on, load it up, move it. Like if you were just moving this to the other side of town, $6,000-7,000 for them to reset it up again on the other side. So remember, the only difference between modular and manufactured is when they're the same house in the factory. Modular only gets set once. Yeah, after that, it's because you literally take the metal chassis off the bottom and set it forever.
So you're able to answer, keeping with your question, you're talking about manufactured homes that can be moved.
Yeah, only manufactured can be moved again. And this is a manufactured home. Now a double wide's even more because they have to break it apart, take the trim off, you know, move it in 2 parts. So moving a double wide, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. We have in Idaho, in Kansas City, our dealership is Sunflower. Yeah. But it meets FHA underwriting requirements once you put it on the permanent foundation. What's that? Right, a manufactured home on a permanent foundation can be financed FHA, but the comps have to be other manufactured homes on permanent foundations. That's the problem. I actually met with an appraiser and I said, all right, well, how do you do the appraisals? Because I'm like, what's the standard? How does he appraise? He's like, well, pretty much I look in the crawl space, and if I see metal, then I appraise it as a manufactured. If I see wood floor joist, then I appraise it as a modular. Like, it's crazy. My dealer, Fleetwood out of Boise, they can't even give me guidance on how to do the modulars. They're like, well, we know what we need to do. And, you know, we've just been flying blind. But I'm telling you, now that we've got it 99% figured out, when I finished my last subdivision, I'm like, I'm never building again. It is a loser proposition. It takes forever. Cities, but now I'm like, this year I think we'll build 50 modular homes, because I don't see, based on what we talked about yesterday, I don't see, let's say the stock market crashes after the election. Let's say it goes into free fall and loses half of its value. Anybody live in, no one's Bay Area, are they? Oh, you guys are Bay Area, okay. Well, all right. So median home price in the Bay Area is what, 6s? Probably more, 7s, 8s, right. So imagine that real estate prices started to free fall, because Bay Area is a great example because it's been fairly insulated from COVID-related business because a lot of the tech companies have thrived, right? So and then a lot of people have easily transitioned to working at home. So imagine if property values dropped $150,000. Do you guys own a home right now? So if home prices dropped $150,000, would you then consider jumping on one? But it'd be on your radar, right? Yeah, and they call them sideline homeowners. There are sideline homeowners who, the only reason they don't own a home right now is because their debt to income ratio from their student loans is too high. You have sideline homeowners because they literally can't qualify for a $680,000 house, but they could easily qualify for a $520,000 house, especially with how interest rates are trending. With interest rate, there is no sign the Fed's going to change interest rates anytime soon, because even this week it was like, I mean, did you see how the White House reversed itself on the stimulus yesterday. Trump tweets on Wednesday, "We're not doing a stimulus deal. I'll do it for you after the election," hoping that it will help him get elected. And then stock markets adjust to that news. Fed's like, "Here's what's going on." And then yesterday, the White House was like, "No, we'll do 1.8 trillion, which was higher than where they were 3 months ago." And then McConnell's like, "Oh, I don't know if we can get it passed because So that's why you need to be reading the news. That's why I read the news every day, because it has a direct correlation with my business. But if sideline homeowners would swoop in to support a falling economy, okay, so that's one element. Another element that wasn't in place in 2008 is the amount of international dollars that want U.S. properties. Chinese investors have increased their U.S. property holdings by 100 times. Indian investors. Think about it. Is there a currency better than the dollar in perception in the world? Is there a currency? There is not. There is not. Now, that doesn't mean the dollar is great, right? Because it's not real money. It's not, but it's still the standard. While other countries keep holding dollars in reserves, we can keep printing money, literally. It's ironic. And so until that changes, because what other currency are they going to hold? What's the Chinese currency? Yuan, Japanese yen. Brexit screwed the pound. The pound was always, pretty, but there just isn't another currency. Now, so international investors, that's the driving appetite for why they want U.S. properties. Get your money in U.S. property, and then you collect dollars, and then your money's converted to dollars. That's the motivation. And that's brutal for me as an investor, because a lot of them are just like, I just want the property. That's what's crushed me in Texas. So when you go to an auction, the idea is that you get a discount on the price that you buy it for 60 cents on the dollar, and they'll be like, I don't care, I'll pay market. You want 8, 9, 10% on that rental. 4%? Hell yeah, in US dollars? It makes it really tough. So imagine again, stock markets crash, property values start to slide. Who steps in? International dollars. So sideline investors, international dollars, and number 3 would be who? Wall Street. They didn't start buying single-family homes until 2012. In 2008, they were not in the game at all. In fact, check this out. Pause the stream. I'm going to play a YouTube video, Jake. Let me know when it's paused. that single family homes were huge. But did you hear what he said? If I had a way to buy. He didn't say if I had the money, because nobody owned a couple 100,000 single family homes. He's got to have somebody to buy from. He doesn't want to go and set up a massive national infrastructure to send people to auction or put offers on MLS. He didn't want to do that. He's not a business creator. He buys businesses. He buys opportunities. Yep. Yes. Yeah, because single family homes, a 1,000-unit apartment complex is so much easier. It's 10 times easier than 1,000 single family homes, because a 1,000-unit apartment complex all built at the same time. So it's the same hot water heaters, furnaces, electrical. I have 3 handymen that have an office, and they can service everything, because all 3 of them can know the most common way that our furnaces crap out, right? And then when a tenant leaves, then it's easy to maintain the exact same materials, to do the turn, to get it fixed back up, right? It's, you can use a master key system. I mean, it's just so easy, right? 1,000 single family homes, we have homes built between 1878 and 5 years ago. So we got 150 years worth of different plumbing systems, different heating systems, different foundations, different sidings. They're all spread out on multiple locations. We just took over management of an apartment complex, and we're doing it for 7% of the gross. And we could probably make money at that. I don't make any money at 10% rents. The 10% of the rents that I keep covers about 70% of my payroll. The maintenance work that we do on the homes and the construction work, we mark it up 15% over cost. That covers the rest of my payroll and my overhead. But I'm not making anything after keeping 10% of the rent. If it wasn't for maintenance and construction, it'd be a bit rate. That's why other property management companies gouge really hard on how much they mark up maintenance work. They won't tell you. We'll say, hey, it's cost plus 15. So 8 years from now, you have a furnace goes out, and you say, Aaron, I want to see the original invoice. Okay, here it is. See, it was $1,000, and you see I charged you $1,150. Right? But other management companies are cost plus whatever we think you won't be pissed about. Literally. Right? So I've seen cost plus 100 be very standard. I can get the furnace number 1,000. You won't blink if I say 2,000. Thank you very much. So Buffett didn't want to get into this, so he started buying real estate brokerages. So you've seen Berkshire Hathaway brokerages around the country. But the rest of Wall Street did get in, and that was in, that next year, they started showing up at the auctions. They started calling me, trying to buy us, because what they said is, hey, I got money. I want to buy your operation, Aaron, and then have you work for me and help me spend my money. That was what I got solicited in 2012 4 times for that. Jack. I'm telling you, it's been ominous, because in 2008, everyone was criticizing him in 2007 for having too much cash. And he's like, there's nothing I like to buy right now. So he got up to $100 billion in cash reserves. And then last fall, he was like up to $130 billion, and people were criticizing him again. But in 2008, when the markets crashed, he was in the game within a couple of months. He is not in the game still. And it's almost the end of the year. And he's made some moves like you're talking about to show that he's a wait and see, not optimistic about the market. Does he know? No, nobody knows, but he's got a pretty good track record. Maybe they've been saying for years, maybe he's just getting old. He's getting too conservative. But he annihilated 2008. The shares that he took in some of the, but for example, I see what he's thinking about the airlines. I agree with him. Honestly, I've been flying, 20 flights a month for the last 8 years. The only people out on planes right now are business. It is empty on flights still. And Delta's down. I was just reading this last week about November, Thanksgiving. Delta's like, yeah, we're still 40% down over the Thanksgiving weekend. So if you've ever thought about going somewhere on Thanksgiving, it's the year to go, because they're going to start cutting rates. People said, how's it been flying? For me, it's been amazing. They don't sell the seat next to me. It was so bad. 4 years ago, I ended up on a flight Atlanta to LA, and I thought I was going to get upgraded, and I didn't. And so I was like back row, middle, by the bathroom that didn't recline. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm going to buy at least economy comfort or first class if it's within $300, and I'm just going to buy first class. But this year I went back to just buying economy comfort because I get the whole row to myself. You know, they're not serving food in either place. There's no booze in either place. So there's been no lines at TSAs this year. There's been no air traffic, so you don't sit on the tarmac and wait for the plane to leave. I haven't had a missed connection. It's been amazing. All the rookie flyers, all the rookie travelers. Now, it kind of sucks because there's nowhere to eat. I mean, Meg and I were walking all over Minneapolis the other day trying to find something to eat. I've eaten a lot more of the pre-refrigerated sandwiches than I ever have. That's the only negative. But the flying experience itself has been phenomenal this year. So, but I don't see it coming back. Yeah. On American? American though, right? Yeah. American, Allegiant, and Southwest are like, screw it, we're packing our planes. So they've cut their routes and they're packing their planes. Delta's like still every third seat. United's kind of a hybrid. Delta's betting that there's going to be a group of travelers, business travelers, that are not pack the plane guys, that will buy Delta because they're not a pack the plane. I don't know if it'll be right. They may end up packing the plane too, but American was the first one to jump on that board. Yeah. Yeah. On what? Southwest from. Yeah. I've noticed more travel on weekends, but the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday flights, it's just business travelers. It was a lot. Okay, so I put this slide up here earlier. And somebody asked me last night, this is not a Mac. It's a Microsoft. It's called the Surface Studio. I like it because you can write on the screen. If you would like the slides, on Sunday afternoon, I'll save the whole presentation, so including all of my chicken scratches. Send me an email and say, Aaron, but send it to me on Sunday and just say, please send me the slides. I'll send you the whole deck, okay, with the notes on there. Now, yeah, so you don't have to take notes. So I diagrammed this because when I think back to 2008, as a property manager, when Wall Street came calling, because, we were talking about a way to manage. So we were managing 1,000 properties. We had between Indianapolis, Dallas, and Kansas City, we had 1,000 properties under management. And when I started getting calls from private equity groups saying, we have money, we want to buy your operation, initially they were offering me 6, 7, 8 times earnings. And what they all wanted was, we want to buy your Alpines, we want to buy your construction company, we want to buy your brokerage, and then we want you to work for us for 3, 4, or 5 years, and we want to buy as many of your properties that your investors will sell us. And I get why they did that. They did that very successfully across the country. That was one of the reasons Wall Street was able to scale up so quickly, because they could go in, buy these mom and pop property management companies, get 50, 100, 200 properties, and then get the local expertise in the form of a new W-2 employee. My problem is I was commuting to Idaho. So I'm meeting with this guy and I'm like, well, I go to Idaho every 10 days. Is that gonna work? But do you really want me as an employee? I'm like, I'm gonna be your HR nightmare. Because every 10 days I'm leaving and going to Idaho. So, we got $1 billion we're gonna let you spend. Okay, but you're only paying me $1 million a year. And so that was a big issue we went around on. But the biggest issue for me was they put a first right of refusal on any. So it's like, okay, Aaron, you're going to get 10 million bucks, and then you're going to make $1 million a year, and any property you want to buy with your money, we don't care what asset class it is, you got to run it by us. I'm like, but I'm buying single family homes for you. Doesn't matter. We might want to do what you're doing next. Clearly, you've been progressive in the way that you think. So we want the A train. We want to see whatever you're buying. I was like, forget. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm making a couple $1 million a year right now. I have no boss. So I'm 5 years away from having 10 million bucks. Why would it, and they wanted me to come live in the city, or spend most of my time in the city. Now, I said to Meg, because we took all 6 of the kids to New York for Thanksgiving last year. We were there for the whole week. So we saw that was the first time I've been to the parade. So we went to the parade. It was like Camelot. I said to the kids the other day, we were so lucky we went, before COVID, because we had the full amazing New York experience. We stayed at the Central Park, the JW at Central Park South, right there on the parade route. My kids were like, "Why was Thanksgiving dinner $2,000?" And I said, the dinner was only $200. The view from this restaurant was $1,800. The fact that we got to watch the parade from this restaurant in the morning, and that's what we paid $2,000. But I love Manhattan. If you have money, it's the greatest city in the world to live in. You have to be able to afford it, right? I'm like, if you got $100,000 a month, you can really live beautifully in Manhattan. So Meg and I said, hey, once the kids are out of the house, let's rent a place in the city and live there, because tomorrow I could make $100,000 a month consulting for these funds that own these homes. I've kept very good relationships with them. We sold to this fund, Cerberus. We sold them a couple thousand homes, and they have $2 billion invested in single-family homes right now. Now, they are a private equity fund. They have $45 billion. They do a lot of different kinds of investments, but real estate has always been a part of what they've done. And I like Cerberus. I've liked working with them. They're cool guys. They always give me shit because I wear flip-flops everywhere. So their office on 4th Ave, right, like a couple blocks behind Trump's. Wait, Trump's is on... Yeah. Yeah, so they're on 4th Avenue. Okay. So they asked me to come up to their offices after we sold them properties, and I have a point of contact named Eric, and he went to Wharton and is brilliant and works for CERB, and he's like, hey Aaron, just don't wear flip-flops. I'm like, dude, it's December. And so I made sure I had very nice Ugg boots on, some joggers. I had Meg's like, are you gonna wear that coat? I'm like, it's Canada Goose. That's fox fur. This thing was like $1,500, So we show up at CERB's lobby, and they buzz Meg in immediately through the little glass door, and then they stop me. I'm like, I just got profiled. But it was funny because I met with the partners of this $40 billion fund, and they didn't know anything about real estate. Why is your vacancy rate so low? How do you screen? What are your eviction policies? Why won't you entertain an offer from us? Because I won't even sign an NDA. I'm like, no. You get to the point where people are like, well, what if you sell the operation and leave us with these properties in Indiana? Well, first of all, there's 20 other companies that would happily manage it for you. It's not like it's not an investment partnership, so that part would be easy. But or the hit by a bus. I'm not going to be managing your properties this year anyway. I'm focused on, this whole modular thing, figuring this part of the business out, and working with some of my bigger clients on stuff. So I'm not in my business anyway. So if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, then we have a key man policy that would pay my stake in the company, and then actually my ownership wouldn't go to my kids tomorrow. They're too young. It would actually roll into an ESOP and sell Alpine Indy to the Alpine employees. and then they would have to buy it from my estate. I don't want my kids taking over a company that they don't know how to run. The employees know how to run it, they run it every day. And so that's the current structure that I have in place right now. If at some point they showed an aptitude for it, then I would change my trust. But tomorrow, the key man would just buy my estate out, and then they would have to finance Alpine if they wanted it. So, right, yeah. Right, yeah, exactly. In fact, the clause I wrote for my kids in the trust, so Megan and I sit down to do the trust, and she has like a normal clause, like when they're 20, if something happens to me, when they're 20, they get money for college. When they're 30, they get a third of the trust, 40 a third, 50 a third, right? Pretty boilerplate plan. And so the trust attorney's like, well, what do you want to do, Aaron? And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I said, I'm not giving him that money. My old man Tom never gave me anything. And so he said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, here's my vision. If I die tomorrow, then I want $5,000 a month from my estate to go to my ex-wife for child support for the kids. Okay? Plus, then I'll pay for all their activities and stuff. But she gets $5K a month for a household, and then it'll pay for swim and guitar lessons and hockey, right? When they turn 18, though, that money train stops. No money for college, no money for car. I don't care. There's $40 million in there. I don't care. No money for, they can't borrow against it. Okay? January of the next year, they can go into the trust attorney's office and they each can pick up a check for $1,000. And it's like free Wi-Fi for 2021. That's all you get. And then January of the next year, they can each go pick up a check for $1,000 for the rest of their lives. It'll go up with inflation 3% a year. So $1,003, $1,007. And he's like, well, what's going to happen with the money? I said, well, I got one of my private equity partners in Chicago named Ryan, one of my private equity partners in Indy named Doug. They will take the cash and continue to invest it in the same template that I've been buying properties because we're partners. And I went to both of them and said, would you guys be willing to say yeah? And then I do that I'll do that for their estates. I'm the real estate invested money real estate for like 20 people right now. Like, yeah. So he said, all right, well, what, is there anything else? And I'm like, oh yeah. If when they come to pick up their $1,000 check, they can show that over the last year they've made $1 million with a tax return, then they get half of what's ever in the account. They can walk out with a check for $15 million, $20 million. In fact, I'll even let them show that over 2 years. If any 24-month period, you can make a total of $1 million in active income. I don't care if you do it at the racetrack. Good for you. If you can be good enough at sport, World Series of Poker. Good for you. Just claim it on your tax return as earned income. Show the attorney, and you can have half of what's in there. Because if you don't learn to make $1 million, you don't deserve to have it. I know every person in this room knows how they would spend a $100 million Powerball check. We all know what we would do with the money. That doesn't mean we would be good stewards with the money. And when I think about the 7 Adams children, only 2 of us have ever done that. And only 2 of us would be able to handle it. It would be some little nightmares if the other 5 got their hands on a couple $1 million. Real big facts. Now, how many of you agree with my mindset about it? Does anybody agree with me? Who thinks it's a little bit draconian and harsh? Well, you know what's great? It doesn't matter what you think, because it's not your money. And it doesn't matter what my kids think, because it's not their money. Big facts. I don't feel this need to perpetuate wealth to my children. I don't care if my children choose to have a blue-collar lifestyle, because when I went to Venezuela as a 19-year-old missionary, I could not get my brain around the fact that how happy there were people living off $100 a month that were happier than me. And at 19, I learned that money has very little impact on happiness. And at 19, I learned that I could be very happy off a couple $1,000 a month. I couldn't do it off 100. I'm not. But I can have a couple thousand. Right? And so if my child chooses to, I don't have an agenda steering my children to duplicate my lifestyle. And I tell them that as a constant thing. Hey, I want you to figure out what makes you happy. I want you to figure out a way to be excellent and be productive and do something that fills you. Because what I do fills me and contributes to my joy. I want you to have that, son. And I just want a front row seat. You know, I had a teacher tell me, he's like, Aaron, I'm going to give you some advice. I said, okay, with high school students. He said, you know, when your children are little, there's a theater with a play going on. And when they're little, you're on the stage with them. You're in the play. And you have a role in the play, and the play couldn't go on without you. By the time you're in junior high, you get kicked out of the play. You're in the audience now. When you get a front row seat, you can still shout some instructions maybe. But by the time they're in high school, you're in the middle of the theater. Now they can hear you, but it doesn't mean you have any say. You're no longer part of that play. And when they turn 18, your children will decide whether or not you get a ticket to come in the theater anymore. And we all know someone whose children have excommunicated them from their life and said, I don't care, you're out. You're dead to me. I don't want you in the play anymore. And where parents get confused is they still think that they're in the play with their high school kids. They don't even realize you don't have a choice. Your seat keeps moving back every year. And then there's you may not even get in the club anymore. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's the best analogy. And so I say to my boys all the time, man, I just want a front row seat to your play. I don't care what that is. Auto mechanic, okay. I just want to be rad to come by have a cup of coffee, right? So Meg and I have some friends, really good friends, and they do some dumb things. And they text us an announcement recently, and I was like, and Meg immediately texts me, she's like, be nice, be loving, shut up. Like she did it, right? And I started thinking, like, oh my gosh, this is like me getting a chance to practice for adult children. So I was like, hey, congratulations, that's great news. Because they didn't say, what do you think? They didn't say, are you happy about it? They didn't say that. They just announced it. And that's where Meg really helps me, because those of you that met with her, she's so kind. She's just so loving, right? And it's authentically who she is. And so it's been the best practice for me about keeping my mouth shut with my employees. I mean, I'm not perfect at it, right, Malou? She's not listening. I'm not perfect at it, right, Brittany? Yeah, look, I mean, I'm scared because Brittany, right now, she's here in Indy every month buying property. She's in Kansas City. She's in Dallas. Now she's having a baby. As Brittany's friend, I'm really happy Brittany's having a baby. As Brittany's partner, it scares me that she's having a baby. Huh? Brittany, don't you ever leave that baby at the airport. Tom.
I gotta tell you this, years ago in Kansas City, making a live album, I was a worship pastor. So I got the wild idea to take my firstborn daughter into the recording studio outside the church and be a recording engineer for like this beautiful thing. I forgot her. They recorded the studio.
Stop.
I walked back and my wife.
Said,
It could have happened, literally.
didn't Tom have a beautiful voice last night? Like, Travis and I are hacks, but Tom's a musician. See, he can make a living with music. I can make $30,000 a year. I feel confident of that. Maybe at Howl of the Moon. But 47-year-old Aaron has learned to say, hey, I love Britt. I love her husband Tanner. They're great people. They're good partners. Yeah, I'm scared, but at the same time, I'm excited for them because that's what they've wanted. And if you really want to get what you want, you have to authentically want them to have what they want. And just trust that the reason they were your partner in the first place was because of their ability, and know that they're going to figure it out. And what, figuring out could be, hey, we got this baby and I can't do the job the same way. Okay, we'll figure that out too, because we've already said yes to working together. And so I've been practicing for these 6 kids that are all teenagers and learning to keep my mouth shut. Because I'm my mom's son, and of the 7, there's 7 of it where I'm like I avoid my mom sometimes because she pisses me off. So I like my mom to come to my house because I can control the environment, but I haven't been to my mom's house in a few years. I'll send my boys to my mom's house, but I don't like being on her turf. And I don't ever want my kids to think that. We can't go around my dad. He's like crazy. He starts drinking and swearing, criticizing us. I don't want that. So I'm trying to be better at that before I have to be better, before I piss off their significant others. Because my mom's pissed off all 7 of the significant others at one time or another. I don't want to be that dad. So now I put this chart together because in 2008, because what if the presidential election, the stock market's crashed and unemployment shoots back up? We've seen some signs over the last couple of weeks, and the market is starting to reflect that we're stagnating right now. January, 3% unemployment. I could easily see us stuck at 6 to 9% over the next 18 months. I could easily see that, because I don't see a path anytime soon of a true bounce back. I just don't see that in conventions. I don't see that in airlines. I don't see that in restaurants and strip malls. It's not happening, right? And maybe it does happen, but I have to plan and think for 6 to 9% unemployment. Now, part of me would love for Indianapolis to be stuck at 6% unemployment where it's at right now, because that's double the unemployment rate that we had in January, which means double the foreclosure rate. Brittany, how many properties a month have we been getting foreclosure over the last 24 months here in Indy? What would you say we've averaged? It's been dismal. Yeah, so the last 24 months we've been getting 4 to 6 homes a month. Before that, it was like 10 to 12. I would love to get back to 8 to 12 because the unemployment rate stays at 6%. We'll see a very strong correlation with, if it's 3% unemployment rate, I get 4 to 6 homes a month. It goes up to 12%, I'd be getting 15 to 20. We saw that in 2009, we saw that in 2010, we saw that because I've been buying auction. I've already been through the ride here, so I've seen that correlation of unemployment. So what that means to you as investors is that from an active investor standpoint, learning to invest in foreclosure and pre-foreclosure could be a fantastic strategy for you, right? So Catherine and I spent a lot of time in the foreclosure class on Aaron Adams' training, breaking down how you capitalize on pre-foreclosure. Travis and I spent a lot of time in our marketing and wholesale training on teaching you how to do mail campaigns to homeowners in pre-foreclosure. Imagine spending $300 on wholesale marketing. And who was intrigued by the mobile home conversation, right? I walk you through how to find one of those mobiles and flip them in somebody else's park. Buy it for $1,000, buy it for $5,000. The only market that doesn't work in is Hawaii. They don't have mobile homes. There's no parks. Yep. But see, Hawaii, they're agonizing. They have their affordable housing. It's the least affordable housing outside of San Francisco or Manhattan, and so they have where's their labor going to work? Honestly, they should allow it, but control it, and that's what cities are all trying to figure out, just like Minneapolis. And so that it's like city councils have so tightly restricted control. Now it's blown up in their face. And I met with the city of Blackfoot, Idaho, and they said, they had 2 business owners screaming at the mayor. One guy, he's got a business called Premier Manufacturing, and he makes customized parts. We have a national laboratory near us in Idaho for nuclear. and he makes customized parts for this national laboratory. It does billions of dollars in business, supports that whole southeastern Idaho economy. And he's like, I need to hire 50 people, and there's nowhere for them to live here in Blackfoot. So they either have to live an hour, 40 minutes away in Pocatello or 40 minutes away in Idaho Falls, and they commute in, and they don't want to do that making 60 grand a year. You need to get me more affordable housing, Mr. Mayor and Mr. City Planner. And then there's another company called Spudnik that makes potato farming equipment, because yes, Idaho does do a lot of potatoes. And the Spudnik guys, it's a multinational company. They do big farming equipment. The manager is German, and that's interesting, meeting a guy from Munich living in Idaho Falls. And he's got the same problem. He's like, I need to hire 80 employees. And so these two guys both go in and they ambush the mayor and the city planner. So when I come in to the mayor and city planner and say, hey, I just bought this mobile home park that's got 15 homes. Would you let me increase the density to 25 single wides? They're like, yes, and what else? I mean, for years I've had city planners say, you're not increasing density. We don't want more mobile homes in that same park. And these guys are like, yes, and what else? I said, can you run new sewer lines? Yes, and what else? Well, you have a rule on the books that says mobile home parks have to be minimum 5 acres. But there's a parcel that's 2.5 acres right next to this one. If I develop it, would you give me a variance and let me do it in a smaller park? Yes, and what else? And so I've learned that city planning is where you start those conversations, and you go into them and say, what do you guys want to see? What's the city council going to approve? On Tuesday night, my partner Jed met with City Council Blackfoot, Idaho. They approved a $700,000 sewer project that's going to give us brand new sewer lines in our park that we're increasing the density to 25. And that's me reading that park that I bought was sitting on MLS 2 years ago. Just sat there for a year. And it was an eyesore, dirt roads, trailers. I mean, every bad stereotype about trailer parks. But now I'm turning that. I have investors from China that have sent $3 million. We're putting new roads in, new sewer lines, 25 brand new homes. I mean, it's going to be beautiful. And then we're going to try to buy the parcel adjacent. And I already know where my renters are coming from, Spudnik and Premier. In fact, those two companies are like, we want dibs. We want to be able to pre-rent the homes when they get in.
Wow.
And
Well, that sounds pretty brilliant to me.
that's not brilliant.
Pretty brilliant.
You mean me to tell you what? You want me to tell you what's not brilliant? Because I never have brilliant ideas, but I always stumble on my way to figure things out. Right? I do. It's like,
There are no accidents.
well, I just learned, like, my brilliant brother, he has foresight. He has vision. He'll have meetings where he says, here's what we do. I don't do that. I have meetings where I say, what do you guys think? Okay, so I'm a brilliant idea recognizer. I love that idea. And then I'm a brilliant implementer. So my brilliance is recognize. I am not an idea originator. I never source the ideas. I'm always quick to give credit to people who come up with the ideas. But in Kansas City, when I tried to rehab some pre-1976 trailers, I ended up into some of these rehabs 40 or 50,000. I said, how much is a new one? So then I call a manufacturer after I was screwed, not beforehand with brilliance. After I screwed it up, called the manufacturer and said, how much can I get a brand new single wide? And they're like, 32,000. And I'm like, I have 4 of them. My basis is over 40. And they're rehabs, not brand new. And I said, well, how much does it cost to be? They said, well, if you're a park owner, you can buy at dealer pricing. Well, how much is it to get a dealership? It doesn't cost anything. You just have to have the land for the dealership and be willing to buy 20 homes a year. So now I'm a dealer. But you see, it was me getting my ass kicked on screw the, there was no brilliance. It was like, I want a mobile home park because it's a 6% rule. And then, oh, they left me some free trailers. Let's rehab them. Oh my gosh, these are a nightmare. You know what I mean? So I keep grinding, right? I keep grinding. And what's funny is my P&L in Kansas City sucks, but my P&L in Idaho is fire. And my balance sheet. Our P&L in Charlotte is phenomenal. And our balance sheet. So I don't make the same mistake, but I just keep grinding. And Modular, I'm sure I'll find a way to screw up that first home. There's something I've done wrong that now, maybe we can't get the FHA fine. I'm sure there's something. I fully expect that to happen until the loan funds. It's just been my experience. But I've learned to not get, to see those setbacks as tuition. It really, the mindset is really everything. When you accept losses as, okay, that didn't work, but here's our other 3 ideas, that's a grinder. Whereas my brother's like, I was thinking about this last night, that's not going to work. I never say that. I'm like, oh, that didn't work because we just lost money. Well, thank you. My brother doesn't disagree with you. He thinks I'm a dum-dum. Now, so here's what we saw in 2009, 10, and 11. The middle class and blue collar bucket of renters in our markets got ridiculously full. Because when the market crashed the last time, nobody was going up, right? Nobody was upwardly trending out of the middle class bucket. And while a few people trended out of the low income, there were a lot more that were trending out than were trending down. And so when you look at who drops from the upper middle class bucket to the blue collar in a downturn, 2 income families, 1 gets laid off. We saw a lot of them in 2009, 10, 11. 1 income homeowner, they find work, but for less money. So like your restaurant manager who's now working at an Amazon warehouse. Earning money, but not making what they were at the restaurant because the restaurant's closed. That's a classic example we've seen right now. Retirees. Our baby boomers are the brokest generation of Americans that we've seen in 200 years as a group. And very few of them who lived a middle class working life will retire at a middle class structure. Very few, most of them are looking at dropping 1 or 2 income brackets. From upper middle class to blue collar retirement. From middle class to low income poverty level retirement. And they may have owned nice homes, but in a downturn, a lot of, who's heard a 50 or 60 something say, I don't have enough money for retirement, I'm just going to be a Walmart greeter. Ha ha ha. Yeah, because they don't get those jobs. And elderly underemployment is a real thing, and it's actually very sad. Look at it by the numbers. Okay, this is back in 2014. It's only gotten worse. When you look at Social Security, which the average check's about $1,300 a month, 1 in 5 of our 65 and olders only have Social Security and no other income. 1 in 5 of our 65-year-olds right now are living off of $1,300 a month. That is poverty level. That's very disturbing. Now the boomers' parents, they had pensions. They had pensions, so they're not in that they're not jammed up like that. I see it all the time. We have these homes down in a 55 and older park in Florida, and they come in, and the lot rent on this park is $900 a month. It's like ridiculous. 3,000 lots, 3,000, lake, shuffleboards, like it's a big deal in Fort Myers. But they come in and I see them trying to fit their income. They don't want to pay more than like $200 a month for the house. Because they're like, lot rent $900, $200. I see them doing the math on this check. Because they're like, yeah, because then my kids will send me a couple $100 a month for food. Like people are trying to map out this poverty level retirement. For a third of our 65 and olders, that $1,300 a month, $1,300 is 90% of what? $1,600? ish? Who can do that math? What is it? Yeah. So a third of our retirees are living off of, $1,500 a month. That's a third of them. And for 60% of them, that check is 50%. So 60% of our 65 and olders are living off of how much? $2,600 a month. Raise your hand if that's disturbing. Right? You know why? Because when they changed from pensions to 401ks and IRAs in 1974, when they passed those laws, that was the beginning of the end. Because if you think about it, our boomers are the first generation that are going to have to live off their own savings. There's no pensions. There's very few pensions. And you could have said, if you look at in the 1970s and 80s, those retirees, a good percentage of them, 40, 50, 60% have pensions. And then if you look at the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, a good percentage of them had at least a small pension. My mother-in-law worked at a law firm. She's got a $300 a month pension. She said to me, should I liquidate it? And I'm like, how much will you get? She's like, oh, it's like $15,000. I'm like, no, your mom lived till she was like 90. You have you're young. You're like 66. I said, you're going to collect a lot more than $15,000 off that $300 a month pension. Catherine, did your mom have a pension or your dad? Raise your hand if your grandparents or your parents had a pension. Wow, there you go. Yeah, you do. Military. But I mean, they're gold. My grandkids will not even know what that word means. Right? Now, raise your hand again. How many of you had parents or grandparents that had a pension? Now, keep your hand up if you have one. Still pretty good. Okay? But, yeah, military's drop. Everyone's dropping it. I mean, Eli Lilly still has a pension, but they phased it out for new employees. I'm trying to think of a private company that I've heard. Has anybody heard of a private company that has a pension? They still do? Yeah. But it's like rare. Whoa, they have a pension. Now, as a business owner, I don't want to provide a pension. That's because, when did they pass, give or take, when did they pass Social Security? What decade? 30s. Median lifespan in 1930s, 33. So how long did people live in 1934? 67. So you retire at 65, get a check for 2 years. Right, Ramez? 34. Susan knew. 62 for men. So it was even better. Yeah, if you make it to 65, you win. We'll give you a check for a couple years. Right? That was like Mad Men. Everyone smoked at work. Right? There's one other. Look at this home ownership projection. Okay. Between 1900 to 1940, home ownership in the U.S. was less than 44%. No. Yeah, it was. So for years I bought shares in the Bank of Idaho. It's an S corp. S corps can only have 100 members. There was like 88 people that privately owned the Bank of Idaho. So I started buying some of the shares for a couple of years because it paid a dividend. And I would golf with the CEO, and we'd have these interesting conversations. I learned about, that was when I took Banking 101, 202, 303, right? And so I said to him, Jeff, how many mortgages, if someone comes in to get a loan from the Bank of Idaho for their house, do we keep any of those here at the Bank of Idaho and service them and collect the payments? He's like, no, we sell them all to Fannie and Freddie. Fannie and Freddie allowed for us to take this massive jump in home ownership because it created a way for small local banks like the Bank of Idaho to originate mortgages locally, but then not have to service them. Fannie and Freddie also made banks, because right here, if you wanted a mortgage, it was like 30, 40% down for 7 to 10 years. Because that local bank, they didn't want you can buy a home with 3% down. That was an idea politicians had. You know, that is an idea that I don't know if it's good for Americans. I challenge that assumption that we should have 60% home ownership. Because how many of us know somebody who just refinances every few years and resets the clock, pulls all the equity out of their home, can barely afford to pay the taxes if it's not escrowed, can't afford to landscape the home. By the time they've owned a home for 40 years, they still have mortgages on them. They've paid a massive amount of their earnings to amortization interest. Okay? And if you look back and say, gosh, if you just would have been a renter and just put the rest in a savings account, you would have been ahead. Question, comment, Tom.
Well, that's the whole philosophy of buy term and invest the difference. The reality is buy term, spend.
Totally, people aren't disciplined. Yeah, but that's why I have a universal policy. I'm going to talk about that. Do you have whole or universal? Yeah. Who has whole or universal life insurance? So Clint and Toby, the partners in Anderson, got me thinking about that years ago when I first met them, because I mentioned at the event I had like $5 million in term for my Keyman policy, and Clint was like, "Why do you have that? That thing, that's only going to go up." And I said, "I know, it's a mess." And so I didn't understand what universal and term. Do we have any insurance agents in the room? So I didn't understand what universal and term were, right? And whole. And I actually got rid of my term. I have universal, Meg has whole, because I don't care what anyone says, I can't tell the difference between the two. And all the universal guys tell me why whole sucks, and all the whole guys tell me why universal sucks. And usually I can understand and it makes sense. It doesn't make sense. They sound like the same thing to me. Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me. Because I have one of each. And I'm not changing. Okay. Actually, one of my friends, Naya, will be here tomorrow. She is Trav and I's partner on a mobile home park in Charlotte and one in Idaho. She's got several $1 million. She's actually coming in town tomorrow. We're looking at a project here. Maybe I'll have her explain insurance to you guys. She's brilliant. Yeah, Naya's coming in tonight, dude. I think she'll be here at the cocktail party tonight. Yeah, she's amazing. She's the power of Hong Kong. Okay, now, final thing I want to hit before we really keep digging into retirement is the markets themselves. So, and since Travis and Malou are here, they can help weigh in. So let me start with Indianapolis, why I love Indy. Because remember, this criteria, this 5-point criteria, is the common thread that you see with all markets that we're in. Affordability, low unemployment for the region, strong population growth with millennials, Gen Zs, and Gen X, fiscally sound and business-friendly state government, cities that aren't broke. So those are the requirements that I have. Obviously, Indianapolis still fits all of those criteria because we're still here. But like I mentioned yesterday, if Amazon would have come in, I think it would have really screwed us up here. It would have messed up our affordability numbers. And but Indianapolis has been interesting because I posted on Alpine Capital Solutions Facebook page 2 days ago how manufacturing here in the Indy metro region has been one of the big economic supports. Manufacturing, and Amazon does have a big presence here, as well as Walmart fulfillment. Those jobs have been a way for a lot of the service industry people, restaurant workers, hotel workers, to maintain employment, and we've seen that with our rent checks. So we've only had 1,500 single-family home tenants. We've had less than 20 tenants this whole year that have been affected by COVID, where potentially we either had to evict them or they just couldn't pay. How cool is that? Now, there were some tenants that initially weren't working, like, that were in manufacturing that weren't working, but when those $1,200 stimulus checks came in and the additional unemployment money came in, then they came current with the rent. They're all working again, though, because in April we were at 12% unemployment here. Now it's back down to 6%. Really, the only people not working are service industry, restaurants, hotel, airline. And so what I like about that from a landlord standpoint is that many of those people currently not working were in the $10 to $25 an hour job range. And so for them to go find employment in manufacturing or employment in fulfillment is not a big jump for them. It's not difficult to do. Those industries were severely underemployed in January. Amazon warehouses didn't have enough employees. They were, almost 10% underemployed. Is that the right word? Underemployed? They didn't have enough. I always get confused when they talk about underemployment for unemployment figures, because it means you're working part-time. That always. Yeah, that. But if Amazon was underemployed from a numbers standpoint, it's still this. I want to make sure I was saying that right. So, when people have asked me about how it's impacted us, it really hasn't, because we sit in that blue collar segment anyway. If I had high-end luxury homes as rentals, I'd be concerned right now, because they've seen a much higher hit to their vacancy. There's a bunch of high-end complexes downtown that had all these millennial tech workers. Well, Salesforce said we're not even coming back to work till next year. So some of them have gone back to home, and they're like, well, I don't need to rent this apartment in downtown Indy. So the high-end apartment complexes they're getting hammered right now. The blue collar, we're good, because they got another blue collar job. And you guys have seen that in Charlotte? Total number of tenants that we've had affected on our 400 properties in Charlotte. Yeah, the city of Indianapolis set aside like $30 million for 3-month rental assistance. Catholic Charities was another big one. So we put a resource page together and we give it to the 40 tenants who it affected. Britt, what have you seen in Kansas City? Yeah. Yeah, this. Yeah, that CDC eviction moratorium, we've blown that up a couple times already in court. Because they had to show that they were directly affected by COVID, that they've applied for all the aid that they can. They had a burden of like 3 or 4 things they had to do. So we just filed an eviction. It went to court. They showed up and had nothing and said, I've been affected by COVID. Judge is like, well, have you done this, this, and this? No, you're out. And my favorite was I had a contractor, a predatory HVAC piece of crap, that stopped paying rent in October and then has stayed in that house, one of my houses, and we evicted, and he showed up and tried to say it was COVID, and the judge is like, so I see you haven't paid rent since, so were you case number 1 in the United States for COVID back in October? Yeah.
So I was just real sensitive. I know he made that statement and he explained, and I thought it was interesting that the eviction part of the delay was the county and the city.
Yeah, it's been interesting, and there's like 35 lawsuits right now challenging that CDC eviction moratorium that have been working their way through. So even though it hasn't directly impacted us, obviously it's something that we're tracking. And like, I'd be totally cool with an eviction moratorium if there was like a PPP for landlords. So fine, give me 6 months rent. I'm happy for you to put in the hand of government to interfere with my capitalist enterprise as a landlord if you also give me a handout too. We had that too. Yeah, we had 0 in Idaho affected. We have 140 tenants there. We didn't have one that was affected. So tech. I mean, I would say yes, but then yesterday the White House came back and said, we're cool with the $1.8 trillion stimulus package, and it's such a great question. I wonder about that. I always wonder about a lot of things, but that's why I still kind of just read the news every day, because I figure if it's going to help, if it's going to impact us on a small scale, it's really hurting somebody right now. Totally. But then again, so that I thought that, and then I'm like, well, yeah, but the counter to that argument is, what if the vaccine is as close as they're saying, and what if we do have a vaccine 1st of December? Then how does the vaccine roll out? Because we did this the last couple months. If they had a vaccine today, who would not get it? Who would get it? It's like only 20% of people would get it. So I don't know, or a viable treatment. What if Trump's not bluffing and he actually is a lot better because we have some progressive treatments out there? And then how will that come into the mix? Because then what if in January the whole new campaign is we have treatments and we have a vaccine, get one or the other, and then it becomes as much of a threat as the flu. That it can be deadly to certain populations, but with treatment and with a vaccine, you can really minimize it. Well, then I could really see a fuel back of the economy, because then all the restaurants will open up, all conventions will get reslated for the spring. So I'm always trying to, it's always tea leaves, but that's investing. So whether you're doing it on one trailer park in Blackfoot, Idaho, or whether you're trying to plan for government, I always say that real estate investors don't have the luxury of being partisan, because nobody wants to hurt housing. There's no malice from the Democrats about how they want to help housing, and foster housing is different than how Republicans want to do it. But I just, I can honestly say no particular political party has hurt my ability over the last 20 years to do business. Obama didn't crimp my style. Trump didn't overly. There's pros and cons with whoever's in office. So, for example, over the last 4 years, I've seen a big hit on my Hispanic labor pool. I've seen a big hit on my Hispanic tenants. I've had Chinese investors that have been reluctant to invest with us because Trump and all the tariff wars going on, and they feel like it's an unfriendly business environment for Chinese investors. Those have hurt my business. Trump's tax laws help my business. And so there's always pros and cons. If Hillary would have won, I wouldn't have had a health insurance problem for my employees. She probably, she was saying that she was going to fix health insurance. I don't know if she would have, but let's assume that she would have fixed health insurance, my taxes would have gone up. So anytime you start to think in absolutes, you're gonna get crushed somehow. As a real estate investor, we don't have the luxury of thinking in absolutes. I'm always really trying to think about pros, cons, both sides. That's how I've navigated for 20 years. It's been working. I mean, I've never gone backwards. I've never bankrupted a company. I've never had an attorney general or any kind of criminal lawsuit against me or any of my partners. I've never laid off an employee. I remember in 2016 when Trump was getting elected, he was dismissive of the fact that he'd bankrupt his companies. My dad wasn't dismissive when he was working for Trump and his company was bankrupt. That wasn't a dismissive thing to my old man. It was a failure. And my dad knew it was a failure because he was one of the executives from the inside. It was a failure of the owner, Donald Trump. He over-leveraged his investment. He was a bad business owner, and that's why it went bankrupt. 7 and 8 figure income earners are often dismissive of bankruptcy as it's just, that's what we do. It's the thing that happens. I call bullshit on that. It's a failure. You're failing. Your business plan failed. Your strategy failed. We all are trying to navigate uncertainty. Uncertainty is not a good reason for bankruptcy, in my opinion. Right. You know, perfect example. When I didn't have a mortgage on this building, I had one of my interns say, "That seems stupid when you could get, you know, a mortgage so easily when you build it. You know, you spent $900,000 cash to build that building." But I was looking pretty damn smart in April when my employees weren't here and I didn't have to pay a mortgage. You know, that's the double-edged sword of debt. Debt's great until shit happens. Every time I go to the auction, I'm buying somebody else's catastrophic life event. It's somebody else's divorce. It's somebody else's cancer diagnosis. It's somebody else's death of a spouse. It's somebody else's loss of job. It's somebody else's unplanned relocation. I bought, you know, Brittany and I bought together, along with Trav, 20,000 foreclosure properties over the last 20 years. Was there ever one that wasn't a failure? You know, so I'm always amazed when people are like, "Yeah, get a mortgage." You know, we're going to talk about debt a little bit this morning. But so tech is big here in Indy. You can see some of the tech companies that are big here. And we mentioned that yesterday. Life sciences is big. Eli Lilly, Anthem Insurance is based here. Roche. Agribusiness, big presence all of these companies have here in Indiana. Manufacturing, these companies all have big manufacturing here. Conventions have been big. They're a top 15 convention market. You can see on the Alpine Capital Solutions Facebook page 2 weeks ago, they're adding another 1 million square feet to the ballroom for our convention. Indy's betting that you know, we were running the risk of losing a few of our bigger conventions like Gen Con, when they all come wearing their comic costume things. It's like you see them walking around town with like fantasy outfits and stuff. It's crazy, but they spend a lot of money. And Fireman's Convention, we're going to lose Future Farmers because we didn't have enough convention space, and they've grown. So we actually just passed another 1 million square foot ballroom. So the hallmark of the Indianapolis, I mean, you know, this came out a few months ago. Over the last year, Indy Metro has appreciated 7.4% year over year. It's one of the fastest appreciating markets in the country. Tech is growing. In the book that we gave you guys yesterday, I have some of the articles and some of these market reports are in there. So I don't want to spend too much time, but we did put the market reports in there for you. Now Charlotte, we talked about yesterday, banking is big. What else is big in Charlotte, Trav? Tech, yep. Yep. Number one best state in America for business in 2019. Top 10 housing markets expected to outperform over the next few years. Population growth, Charlotte is number one, number two every year. So it's a red hot economy. Like I mentioned yesterday, we've really, and by we I mean Travis and Malou, have really capitalized on light rail in terms of our mapping out where we're buying in Charlotte. And, you know, our average investor over the last 5 years has averaged close to 20% appreciation. Now, I'm not saying that I think it'll be 20% going forward, but I think double-digit appreciation is reasonable, you know, considering the homes that we're selling are $100,000 to $120,000, and median home price in Charlotte now is well over $200,000. So we're really selling homes in that blue-collar, lower middle-class segment, and that's the segment that's being least built across the country. So, anything to add about Charlotte, Trav? Unless you come in August. Oh my God. I can't handle it. Well, you grew up in India, so. Me, Meg, Trav, and we went to India, was it 4 years ago? And it's like 90 degrees everywhere. We hired it. Someone was like, I'm going to hire us a driver to take us around the country for the week. And I said to Malou after day 3, he was kind of ripe, right? And I was like, where is he sleeping? And she's like, in the van. I'm like, where is he bathing? She's like, that's a good question. And you know, I learned Spanish as a 19. Every time we travel, I try to pick up words and use them. And you know, I would say my French now is Tarzan, restaurant and hotel. My Italian's pretty good. And so Indian's tough, you know, because Malou speaks Tamil and Hindi. And I was trying to learn the swear words. And that's what she said. I'm like, whatever. But there's swear words in India that the men will say around each other, but they won't say them around women. Which is crazy, because then I learned them. Who taught me? What was it? Yeah, the driver. But then, because I asked him just on the side, and then I kept reading them around Malou, and he would flinch when Malou was there, because you don't say those words around Malou, around a woman. I'm like, I swear around her all the time. She didn't give a shit. It was pretty fun. Oh, funny story about Meg when we're in India. So Meg never knows the currency exchange rate, and she never carries cash. I always have cash, and then when she wants to buy something, she just uses her debit card. But she never has cash, so I tip everyone, you know. So Malou said to us, hey, we're going to this rest stop, and at the rest stop, there's this like cartel to exploit Americans. And they get a really skinny woman, put her on the ground outside the bathroom with a really skinny baby that they didn't feed breakfast that morning. So when your tour bus pulls in, that baby's crying, and they just know Americans will like start throwing $20 bills, $50, $100 to feed the baby. And Malou's like, don't give them any money. It's a cartel. That lady won't get the money. That baby will get fed the second we leave. Don't encourage it. And I'm like, got it. Now, what's the rupee rate right now? So the rupee's 77 rupees, right? So we get out, and I have rupees. Meg doesn't have any dollars or rupees, and Meg can't remember the exchange rate. So Meg sees the crying baby, and she's like, give me money right now. I need money for that baby. And I'm like, no, babe, Lou just said it's a cartel. She's like, I don't care. We need to give them something. I'm like, fine. You want like a dollar? You want a rupee? She's like, no, give me 100. I'm like, really, Meg? You're gonna give him 100 rupees? Because she thinks 100. Like, she doesn't know. It's like $1.20. I'm like, fine. So I give her 100 rupees. Roll my eyes, and Lou's like. So Meg goes over, like she's giving her the thing. Here. And the lady's like you can see in her face, you're the cheapest American I've ever seen. Give me $1.30. And we get back in the car, and me and Travis are like, he just got screwed. I'm like, you just gave $1.30. So ask her. Today's like, so what's the exchange rate for rupees, Meg? She never knows. So yeah, Charlotte is so cool. Like downtown Indy's cool for the Midwest. Charlotte is cool, period. Downtown Charlotte is amazing. They have great public transportation, great restaurants, great nightlife. All the sports teams are down. I mean, Charlotte's phenomenal. I love Charlotte. I really just can't handle the heat. So, you know, Charlotte's trendy and sexy, and thank God Chinese investors are not buying in Charlotte, because that's what chased us out of Dallas. And I just can't compete with them. They're the savviest investors in the world. I mean, imagine any of us going over to Kuala Lumpur to buy rentals. Americans, I get people from Chicago who are like, I don't want to buy in Indianapolis, it's so far. Chinese investors are like calling me about my rentals in Kansas City. They're so, to me, if there's a hierarchy of savvy, Americans are like lower bottom. I want my rentals in my backyard. I'd rather have a 2% rental in San Francisco than a 10% rental in Charlotte. Like, that's the American mindset about investing. We don't want to go far. We want right by us. Yeah, and I didn't go find international investors in 2009. They called me, Singaporean. Hey, I'd like to buy a rental in Indiana. Is Singapore the city or a country? Yes. Yeah. You know, and like I mentioned yesterday, I mean, when I do a seminar in Hong Kong or when I've gone to Singapore, I just do hard content for 3 days. That's what they want. That's what they can absorb. I have one Chinese guy say, we don't want to hear your stories because you're American. We figure you're lying anyway. You figure you make it. Just tell us more about the deals, right? Yeah, man. It's kind of refreshing though, man. Because now with my Japanese investors, it's been interesting because Japanese are culturally are not as direct. And so I'm like always wondering where I stand. They'll say they want to buy, they don't want to buy this. You know what I mean? In fact, we wouldn't be able to, I don't think we'd be able to navigate Japanese investors without our partner who's Japanese. Because he does the events, he does the sales, we just feed deals. And Naya, who will be here tonight, she's from the Bay Area. She's helped me navigate working with Chinese partners and investors. We've done Zooms where she translates for me the whole time. And we're going to do a Chinese-only event because for 20 years I've had really excellent success working with Chinese investors. And so Naya has done syndications for us on a trailer park in Charlotte. We just did another one in Idaho. We're looking at, she's coming in tonight. She's an insurance agent. So tomorrow, I'll talk to her tonight. Maybe tomorrow we could have her break down universal and whole policies. You know, because for me, let's have her tell us the difference. So Kansas City is a lot like Indianapolis in terms of size and in terms of demographic and in terms of why we like it. So a lot of the same reasons that we like Indy, we like Kansas City. Kansas City, though, we've really kind of stuck to the east side, on the Missouri side. We're in the east side of town. We're actually our offices are in Independence, where Harry Truman, we're right by the Harry Truman Library for our offices for Alpine. We just bought the coolest. Oh, you want to see our new office? Let's bring it up on Google Maps. Trev, Facebook messaged me a couple. Oh wait, I have it on the feed. I'll show you both offices. So it's 501 Liberty, right, Britt? Oh, 502. Here it is. So is that right? Oh, whoops. Yeah, I just said we're in Independence. There it is. So it's right by. So just down the street is the kind of the historic downtown, and it's a cool old stone. What year is it built? 1910, Brett? Yeah. So Travis and Brittany and I own it. Like I mentioned yesterday, we 1031 one of our lousy Airbnbs here in Indy into this new office. So Alpine's on the first floor, and then Brittany and the baby are going to be on the second floor. we are finishing the second floor because then when Britt comes in town, she can do that. And then let's see, I have. Let me hop over to, because Mulu, you sent me several new. Oh, you did? Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's the mural we're putting on the side. This is the back, right? We took an old little house that we've blown, added an extra, what, 1,100 square feet? We did it over 4th of July weekend. It's called a secret special. Let's just say that we're never going to sell the building because there'd be an extra 2,000 square feet that... Well, because Trav says to me, so I had a drain line collapse in one of my yards, and I wouldn't even have been able to pull the permits until like 4 days later. And so I just got my guys out there and we did it. And then I started thinking, now I'm not saying I would do that on your property, but if you're never selling the building and you don't need the additional square footage, maybe we should turn the live stream off. Wait, let me see. What was the other? I know you had sent me. Oh wait, no, that's on yours. It's on the group one. Oh, here it is. This feed we had. There's me and Trav. There's my Frenchie. Look at the depth of stupidity in those eyes. He's got his like lip over his teeth. Oh, there it is. This is one, right, Malou? Yeah, we're excited about it. So we have new offices in all 3 markets going in. So, since I've been talking about, you can see why I'm torn about opening another market, because I'd love to have an Ohio market to offer property, but I'm almost more intrigued with this idea of expanding our modular and manufactured footprint in Kansas City, in Charlotte, in Indy. We have the dealership secured in Charlotte. We're not really using it yet. In Kansas City, we have the full dealership set up with the moving and setting company that we brought in-house. We've tested that. We're about to set up our moving and setting company with our full dealership in Idaho. And so I would almost rather, because we're benefiting from existing infrastructure, existing offices, existing construction and staff that we have in place for the single family home and the apartments. We love Idaho, Kansas City, Indy, and Charlotte. And so I think at this stage, I'd rather really focus on developing, because who would be interested potentially in partnering on a modular home with us in one of our markets, right? To develop and sell it, right? I think a lot of my clients would. And that'd be such a clean structure where if I said, hey, I'm going to do 40 homes in Indy, do you want to do 50% of one, or do you want to do one? And then then I don't have to use any bank financing. I could do it all in-house with our existing clients. So that's more of the focus that we're leaning on right now anyway. Does that make sense? Okay? In terms of what we're doing, because I see solving the affordable housing problem, because I just don't see how real estate prices are going to drop. Not when we're so short for inventory. I don't see how they're going to drop. In 2008, it was easy. We were overbuilt. There was a bunch of liar loans. It was a fake real estate market. This time around, the appreciation has been driven by not enough inventory, and COVID has exacerbated that. So I'm really excited, because as an investor, I'm like, ooh, pre-foreclosure is really hot. I love Airbnb. I think it's going to come back, and I'm excited about manufacturing a modular. So, and that's, again, why I'm really excited about the Aaron Adams training, because for some of you, how many of you are now thinking, man, I might want to get into one of those strategies for active income, right? And that's where your conversation with Kim is going to be so valuable, because Kim is the expert at quarterbacking, okay? Kim can help you map out, based on where you live, what you want to do, what mix of classes or what kind of, how to move forward. She's been doing that for 5 years. She's an expert at it. Just like Meg's an expert at helping people pick out properties, just like Don's an expert at mapping out, protecting your assets. That's why I have the whole team here. Make sure that you take advantage of that. Now, Catherine is really unique because she's a game plan, hold you accountable. So she's a coach and she's a mentor. And you know, Legacy had a product where it was like, what was it, like $12,000 for Legacy's mentorship, Trev? 12 grand. What was it? 9? You paid 40, well, but not the mentorship. Yeah, the mentorship part was like what, 14? 7,500 to 12 grand, right? So, but you know, I hate that people spend all that money because then, you know, the mentor shows up at your hometown. You go to Starbucks for a couple days, and like I don't like that. I'd rather have an hour every 2 weeks spread out over 26 weeks, or an hour every 3 weeks, or 2 hours once a month. Where I'm like, okay, Catherine, here's everything I did over the last 2 weeks. What's next? Does that make sense? That to me, that's how it is with, you know, I don't have any questions about Modular right now, but I will once we get a buyer for it. And I wish I had him, like, I wish I could call Catherine and say, all right, now what's the next step going to be? Like, what if it doesn't qualify for FHA for some reason? What if there's something I'm missing about the loan process? So that's why I've worked it out that way for you guys, because she's the person who will actually help you in an ongoing way. So I'm excited about that because I feel like we've never had a solution for that before. Oh, for years people would say, I'd talk about modular manufacturing, people would say, well, you should do a class for that because now I'm really interested, and we only talked about it for 30 minutes and I had 30 questions, and you're like, hey, we got to move on. So that's why we put it together. Kansas City homes are probably our most suburban. So there are most middle class neighborhoods. Indy's a mix. Charlotte is definitely blue collar. But I would say, you know, we're out on the east side for the most part. We have very little. It's more middle class than blue collar. Would you agree with that, Brittany?
We're trying to stay in the suburban areas. There are pockets that we do really well.
Yeah, like Hispanic only. I love Hispanic. Yeah. So you have these market reports in your book. I don't want to labor through them from that standpoint because I really want to get onto the retirement conversation. Any questions so far? Oh, excuse me. So here's what. Let's do this. Let's take a break for about 15 minutes, and then we're going to sit down. We're going to grind on all things retirement related. You guys can stay there. I'll just hand you guys a mic so you can weigh in like these guys have been weighing in for. Because then I want to have I want to really talk about IRA, 401k, compounded growth, some strategies that I've used over the years to do that, active and passive, and talk about the different offerings that IRA Club has. Like, you know, Meg has a SEP. Who's heard of that? Yeah. So, and she puts, what is it, 57,000 a year. Who's heard of HSA? Mine's self-directed. So I have a self-directed HSA with IRA Club that, since I never use it, I'm never sick, so I've been doing flips with it this year. How ninja is that? Because who doesn't know what an HSA is? Okay, so I'll explain what they are. But it's the only triple tax-free opportunity you have. You put money into a health savings account, pre-tax. It can grow tax-free, and you take it out as long as you use it for medical. It's tax-free. It's triple tax-free. So why not self-direct it now? Grow it while you don't need it. I needed allergy medicine. I didn't want to take it out of my HSA because I'm limited to my contributions a year. What, the family's like 8,000, 7,000 or something? Like $7,000 a year for the family. I can only put in, but I made 40% on it. Imagine investing it until I really need it, when all that bourbon catches up with me, and You know, I mean, it's kind of grisly, but yeah, Jack Mormon. When all that Jack catches up with me, that's when you want it. Imagine having like $1 million in an HSA that you can use to supplement your insurance. So again, one of the things you'll see is, and that I've learned over the last 20 years, is that 7-figure, 8-figure, 9-figure income earners think and do everything differently with their money. All of it's different. You know, I pay my son Casey is an employee of my S Corp. So I don't give him money for his car. I pay him, and then he pays for gas for his car. But if I pay my son $10,000 this year versus give my kid money out of my personal account because he's my kid, if I give him $10,000 out of my personal account, it's taxed 40%. If I pay him as my employee, then it's taxed 0. It's a write-off. How many of you pay for stuff for your kids out of your personal account? I never do. I pay them. I transfer money into their debit cards. They pay for it, which Tommy's card has been canceled like 3 times. I'm like, stop on these internet sites. That kid, man. And then he's been learning guitar, and he got this free guitar thing that turned into a paid subscription, and all of a sudden it bounced $175. And then he quickly canceled it. So I called the bank. I'm like, what was this? And they're like, oh, it looks like it was a guitar subscription. I'm like, Tom, why didn't you tell me the truth that you signed up for a year of guitar lessons? But you know, it's been good for them to learn about money. But I'm going to talk about paying your kids too, because most of you who has children that don't have Roths. Every one of your kids should have a Roth. Don, how much can you pay your kids but not have to file a tax return? So think about this. You could pay your kids $12,400. Put how much in a Roth? Put $6,000 into their Roth. If you pay your child $12,400, do you have to file a tax return? No. But in the eyes of the IRS, have they paid taxes on that income? Yeah, because your kid only made $12,000, so they didn't. Not only did they not owe, they're like, don't even file. You're so broke, don't even file. So you pay your child $12,000. Have they paid taxes on that money? Yes. You put that in a Roth. The requirement of a Roth is that it be after tax dollars. Now you've put $6,000 in your kid's Roth. As it grows, will they ever pay taxes? No. When they take it out when they're 65? No. You've created triple tax-free for your children. Why wouldn't you do that? Yeah. Yeah, because they can also take money out of the Roth for college, tuition, books, housing, and food. There's no way that I would set up a 529 plan for Tommy because it's like 20% that kid goes to college, and if he doesn't go to college, then the 529 plan is worthless. But if I put it in his Roth, everything you use a 529 plan, you can use a Roth for, but if they don't go to college, it's also their retirement account. They can also take $10,000 out of their Roth towards their first home. There's also some medical provisions, just like with any IRA, that you can withdraw money before retirement. And so, you know, if you are saving for your children, why not pay them and use Roth as a vehicle? Question. Yeah, because my kids are, Tommy won't be over 12.4, but Casey will be. Uh-huh. Well, so Casey, what I've been doing this year that's unique, and then I'll let Dom weigh in. Casey, I've been making him do, he's been going to my different job sites, doing some things for me for extra money this year. I'm very comfortable deducting most of his gas and insurance on that car which are the majority of his expenses, and then food as work-related. Don?
Well, he's right, because there's no tax.
Right.
There might be self-employment tax.
Yeah.
But if we're paying them, all of these sole proprietorship, so in your big somewhere, we have a sole proprietorship, then you can take kids without requirement for self-employment tax.
If you run,
Paying them out of a business, tax as a sole proprietorship. There's no self-employment taxes or federal taxes up to 12,400.
now if
Sole
you,
proprietorship.
but if
So
you,
somewhere in the mix. So I own a C corp, I own 3 S corps, and my wife runs a business taxed as a sole proprietorship. So when we're paying our children, we tend to pay them out of the sole proprietorship so that there's no taxes and no self-employment tax.
but Dom, what would the taxes be if you didn't pay him out of a sole proprietorship?
There's no federal taxes, but again, the self-employment taxes might be up to 15.3.
Right. And so here's my point. So assuming I can't take most of it as write-offs, which I'm pretty comfortable with, right? Then let's say I pay Casey 20 grand and he owes 15% self-employment tax on 9 of it, right? So now we're talking about $1,100. But that 20 grand coming out of my personal account is going to be $8,000 before I then pay for my kid. So even if you don't do the sole proprietorship, my experience has been that tax rate, because I just send it off to my CPA and say, I paid my kid this much money, here's what I think the write-offs are, and then he works backwards and says, all right, well, they owe $1,100 in the tax. But from my standpoint, even if I have to stroke a check for $1,100, it's better than the $8,000 I would have paid out of my personal account.
So if I have an LLC, I don't have an S corp, C corp, I paid out the LLC, which gets 1099 at the end of the year, I avoid the self-employment tax form. However, some folks, I guess, argue that you want a W-2 in order to prove that you pay them earned income that they can just write off, or you disagree with that, or
No,
it's 1099.
anytime you're going to pay a child over $600, you're going to give them a 1099 or a W-2. They've got to have a piece of paper. You've got to have a piece of paper coming from your business. But that doesn't mean that they owe taxes. The fact that you gave them a 1099 and treated them as an independent contractor, you don't have to treat them as an employee. You treat them as an independent contractor. That's fine.
So a 1099, that's good enough to prove to set up their law.
Yes.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, I've had at least one. I got over 90 LLCs. I get at least a letter audit every year on one of them. Yeah, we're friends. But look at this. 2011, based on if you made $500,000, top 1% in 2011, your chance of audit was 8%. It's dropped to 2.5. So the real risk is, let's say you're in the 2 to 500K bracket. Your chance of that even ever getting looked at is 0.7%. So it's like, well, yeah, that could get reviewed whether or not you could take the Roth for your kids, but there's a 99.3% chance that won't happen for you. That's the and because not every audit is a full audit. So like last year, all it said was, hey, on this LLC, send us your, Schedule C, your expenses that you took for those houses.
Oh, it's Schedule E.
Schedule E. They said, send us your Schedule E with all the supporting documents you took for the write-offs on those rentals. Okay, that was the extent of the audit. They didn't look at my home office exemption. They didn't look at anything else. It was just that LLC. And then once they finished that, they're like, okay, we're done for the year. All my other LLCs, all my other filings, everything else that I did was considered good. So that's been my experience is not only is the likelihood they even look at you, most of you it's less than 1% likelihood, but then even if they do audit you, it's on a very narrow flag. Because the IRS, this is something, a big thank you to Trump for. He has gutted the IRS, and you can see why. Read the New York Times. He hates them. But IRS funding has been cut by 21%. Well, again, the real problem is we don't have a fair taxation system in this country. That's the real problem. As a student of history, I think we should have a flat tax or a consumption tax. That's what we should have. An income tax and a property tax are idiotic. And it's a game. It's a bullshit game, and you got to play the game. Our whole system sucks. But guys, you saying, it's a game I'm not playing. Okay, well, you can go to jail or pay 40% a year. Play the game. If you play the game, then rich people pay 10% tax. That's the reality in this country. That's how it works. Play the game. It is a game, though. IRS enforcement funding has been cut by 24%. The number of operations staff has been fallen by 30%. The audit rate has fallen by 45%. The audit rate for corporations is down 51%. The audit rate for filers with more than $1 million is down 61%. Percentage of tax returns audited by fiscal year in 1980 spiked a little bit, and now it's just, it's less than 0.5%. So, as an investor, I'm always like, well, the question in a vacuum is, how do I eliminate completely the potential to be wrong about paying my kids in a Roth? That's the question in a vacuum. But that's not the question an investor should ask. The question the investor should ask is, okay, that's the answer to that question, Don, but what's the likelihood I'll get looked at? And what's the likelihood that would even get looked at as part of the audit? All three of those factors need to come into bearing into your decision of, do I want to pay my kids? Because if I said to you simply from the front of the room, hey, you should pay your children and put money in their Roth because there's a 99% chance you'll never even be reviewed, and there's probably another 70 or 80% chance that won't be reviewed, and the potential tax savings to you personally and the wealth growth potential for your children, individually is so great that I have to believe as an investor that risk is worth it. Because if you buy a property from me, the risk is that sewer line in the front yard is the tree root growing another 1/4 inch this spring away from collapsing it. Right? And so you've already been comfortable taking risks with one area. This is a new risk, but one that I think is well worth paying. So I don't always try to eliminate all of the potential pitfalls if the relative risk of that happening isn't present. That's how I always approach it. Right. I mean, think about it. That's why I have $10,000 deductibles on my insurance. So people always understand that, but then they're like, "Oh, I'm paying your kids." And I'm like, "How is that any different than trying to reduce my insurance premiums by increasing my deductible?" So I increase my potential for losing an audit by paying my children, but I happily do that because it's not illegal, it's not unethical. That's why I always draw the line. If it's subjective, let me give you an extreme example. Home office. So I'm going to make an argument with Don. You guys can listen. Tell me who's right. Don, I work at my house. My wife works at my house. My nanny works at my house. My 2 housekeepers work at my house. My dogs don't work at my house. My 6 children are all employees that work at my house. I don't have a mortgage. I'm going to take 100% of my tax bill for a home office. And I'm going to take 100% of my utilities and 100% of my Wi-Fi. And this year I'm going to write 100% of those off as home office write-off. What's the problem with that?
The IRS says that you have this space has to be exclusively used for business. And so in my mind, that's too aggressive.
Okay.
But
I work around the house, the wife works around the house, the kids work around the house, the nanny works around the house. We use the whole house. We don't just use the office.
How did the IRS ever approve?
So, here's my point, okay? Because would you agree with me that it's subjective about what number I pick as the percentage of square foot in my house. Would you agree with me? Yes, you would agree with me. You know, because could I make the case that of my 8,000 square foot house, it's 1,000 square feet? Maybe. But if I had 10 audits by 10 different auditors, I guarantee you there would be a different decision. True or false? So, since that uncertainty exists, in my mind, now if my tax bill is $1,000 and I write off $1,001, now I've crossed into unethical and illegal. But somewhere between 0 and 1,000 is the right answer, but right changes with whoever is auditing me. Right also changes with how good of a lawyer I hire for the audit, yes or no? So, since there's a subjective number, I choose to be aggressive and take the full 1,000.
I would argue that Tommy's bedroom may not be taxed.
He's got a lot of work going on with this.
It's a nightclub.
I'm just saying.
Home pornos beach. But see, do you see my point? So if I wanted to be the very, very most aggressive without crossing into unethical or illegal, then I would. Now, I don't take 100% of my tax bill. I don't take 100% of the Wi-Fi and utilities. I don't do that. But that's how you have to think about it as an investor. Everything is a risk assessment, whether it's deductibles for insurance, whether it's write-offs that you're going to take, whether it's licensed or unlicensed contractors you're going to hire, when you're screening tenants. You know, I just had a tenant, we pulled his credit, sex offender, who would not ever rent to a sex offender, right? You can't say never though, because now you are errors and omissions, you're discriminating. Every felon, every sex offender you have to, as a property management company, I can't say we don't rent to sex offenders. I can't say that because now I'm discriminating against a class. You get sued for that. There's a lot of sex offenders that would love to sue me if I announce that in my seminar. Yeah.
Are they like a protected class?
All classes are protected from a leasing standpoint. You cannot you can't say, just like you can't say we don't rent to black people, you can't say we don't rent to convicted felons, or we don't, you can't exclude someone for any of those. Yeah, you can't. Religion,
Sex,
any of it.
sexual orientation, whether you're single parent, right? Just your credit, because of your credit history and your credit score. And in New York, that's it.
Yeah, debt to income here.
That's it.
So,
But if you do one and you let it in with a lesser credit score than every other one, if anybody gets your books, same thing. You get sued.
but I had a sex offender that he had sex with a minor. He was 19 and she was 17. And it was originally a misdemeanor, but then because he kept violating his probation by getting on social media, because he was supposed to not, right, then the judge escalated it and it became a felony. Because he's a knucklehead. Right? But he's not a crazy pervert, right? He was 19, she was 17, he's an idiot, but he's actually very good about paying his rent. And so I loved that he applied, because now I can prove that I don't discriminate against sex offenders. And then I can just decline all the rest. But not really.
The only situation where you would be able to do that is if you lived like in that duplex, your first deal. That's the only situation federally that you can decline one of the protected classes, because you're living in it.
That's a good point.
Occupant.
Yeah.
If you're owning it for income purposes, you have to comply with the 5 protected classes, and then there might be local jurisdictions, like in Texas, government housing, Section 8 is not a protected class. You can
Right.
find someone because they're on a home voucher, but in some jurisdictions, blue states, you have to vet them and take that as income just like any other income source. So
Yeah, it's brutal. All right, let's take a break. We just went 2.5 hours, so we're grinding today, guys. All right, music's off.
Okay.
All right, you can start streaming. Okay. So we have Ramez and Kosh here, and they've driven down from Chicago. I'm gonna just let them sit there. I gave them a microphone so they can, as they answer questions that come up, we can they can be heard on the live stream as well. So you guys are ready to go? Yeah, go ahead and turn it on. Okay. And I have a sign-up sheet I'm going to circulate. I know that we've already been covering ground, so if you know you want to talk to them tonight about Roths for your kids, who's thinking about that now? Okay, it's $175 for them to set that up.
$135 actually.
$135
For your kids.
Yeah, so it's $135 to set up, and then the annual fee is
$175.
$175. So we're not talking about a lot. All 6 of our kids have a Roth. And I want to talk about partnering because, when you put $7,000 in there, I mean, they could do a mobile home, but it's easier to let them partner with you on your deals. So take $5,000 of their money and put it into a flip. So partnering, I want to talk about partnering because 2 IRAs can partner together, an IRA and a 401k can partner together. My LLC can partner with my IRA. Me personally and my LLC and my IRA can partner together on a deal. Okay? Now, I can't borrow money from my IRA. That would be self-dealing. But it's really weird how the line splits with IRS. Because I can't loan myself money. I can't loan my parents money. I can't loan my kids money. But my IRA can loan my brother money. So you can go this way on the family tree, right?
Of linear descent, a son in linear descendant. So think of a ladder, actually, like your mother and father above you, your spouse to your right, and your kids below you. So your grandkids follow into that category, and your spouse. So your father-in-law, your brother-in-law would be the same category.
Guys, yesterday we talked about there's a few people that have solo 401ks. We talked about I love that you brought this.
Yeah.
So, and then you have the one for IRAs?
It's inside of it.
Right here.
It's right there.
Okay. So, if you are the trustee of your solo 401k, here's the rule book. Don't screw it up. Here's the one for IRAs. Now, if somebody already has a solo 401k, what does IRA charge to take over and be the trustee?
$199 to move over your solo 401k, and then we will become the custodian and administrator for you.
Is it? And how much is it a year?
$365 a year.
Oh, good, I have that on here. Yep. So, it's only 100. How much to roll over?
$199 to roll over to the existing one already.
Let me change that. So you guys cheapened it. Okay. And then I have their fees for the IRA on here. So that's an important part of I love the QRP. I just worry that some of you didn't realize you were self-administering and need to follow all those rules. I think now $365 could be too much for you, but if you would like to meet with IRA Club about having them become the trustee, or if you'd like to meet with them about having them do Roths for your kids, I think that's big. The other thing that I wanted to mention is, the HSAs. How much to set up a self-directed HSA?
The same as the IRA, it's $175 a year. So as Aaron mentioned, the HSA is my favorite. The problem is that not everyone is eligible. So you have to have a high deductible insurance plan in order to be eligible. So I wish it was available for everyone, but it's not. So it depends on your insurance.
What's high deductible? What's the definition?
So it's out of pocket for family would be like $13,000.
Yeah, because
check on your insurance card or your provider.
Yeah, which like me, Meg, and my 2 boys are on our insurance because her kids are on their dad's insurance. But we pay, it's like $1,400 a month premium and $10,000 deductible. But Now, you can use the HSA towards those expenses, but I just pay for it out of my S Corp and keep the money in the HSA. So I just pay for my out of pocket. And there's no tax benefit to that except for the fact that I can keep the HSA working. So that could be a potential conversation with these guys. But yeah, partnering is interesting because partnering is the way to take a small IRA and grow it with deals. And so sometimes I'll find a property that maybe I can buy for $100,000, and if I spend $50K, let me just keep the math easy. I can buy it for $50K, and if it needs $50K, I can sell it for $200K. So I'll say, okay, I want my LLC to buy it, because that way I can have some money coming to me outside of my retirement account when this sells, that I'll just pay taxes on. And then I want Casey's Roth to put in $25K, and then I want Tommy's IRA to put in $25K. So then I keep it on. I don't care what they say on the screen.
Okay, sorry.
They said it's too bright?
No, it makes a noise. It messes up the audio.
It's like
It's a buzz.
You mean in the room?
Mm-hmm. You could hear it right now.
There's no noise. You guys are just hearing that in your head.
voice in our head.
Is it irritating? All right, you can turn it off. You should be able to tune that out like white noise, weirdos.
Yeah, anything.
How do you sleep at night? So then my LLC would own 50% of the property. Casey owns 50%, 25%. Tommy owns 25%. And then we sell it. Now when we sell it, we all get our money back. So the 50K goes back to my LLC, 25K, the base, Tommy's and Casey's basis goes back to their IRAs. And then we split the profits the same way. So if there's 100K in profit, 50% goes to me, 25 and 25. So you can't structure partnering like, oh, well, my IRA gets 90% of the deal, but only funds in 10%. You can't do that, right? I've tried. But you can't be like, oh, my IRA is just going to do a loan on the money, and then they'll only pay negative interest rate. You can't do that. I've tried. So I've tried every way to like force these through possible. But where it's really great is if you know you're going to make 100% return on investment from a flip, or 90, 80, 70%. Like think about a mobile home. Like it's easy to make 70, 80, 90% on a mobile home flip. That's not even like that big of a deal. Buy it for $1,000, fix it for $8, sell it for $25. The dollar totals are smaller, but the percentage returns are some of the sexiest of all flips that I do. And so, yep.
How do you do, if you don't do that in a 401k, but you do that in an IRA, how do you handle it?
With the, you mean the?
Because that's subject to the.
No. Gosh.
No, so UBIT, it's.
Well, explain what UBIT is.
So it's unrelated.
Hold the mic back and forth because she's not on the mic.
Yeah.
I know you want to wear it, Ramaz, but.
Good morning. So UBIT is unrelated business income tax, and your IRA is subject to tax when you run a business. If you do a lot of flips, then yes, you could be subject to tax. But again, the IRS doesn't give us an exact number of how many deals you're able to do. So if you're going to do a couple flips a year, you're fine.
Now, that being said, just like with the question with Don, let's talk about what if you choose to pay UBIT. What does that look like?
The penalty?
Yeah.
I think it's just the tax rate.
It's just, whatever tax rate you fall into.
Right. So that's your worst case, but I still haven't we'll have to ask Dennis about that, but I haven't seen that go down. Because I have a pretty good mix of rentals, notes, seller finance, and flips. But that's a great question, because that's really a similar question to the one we just asked Don. So even what I found is, even like, for example, I'm classed as a dealer for my mobile homes, right? And you listen to Anderson talk, and they'll say, no, you don't want to be a dealer. Dealer status sucks. No, it doesn't, because I'm making a shit ton of money as a dealer. So one of the things that I've learned is, it's like the first time I was on an asset protection class 20 years ago, they're saying, you don't want to get sued. There's times where I would rather deal with the lawsuit than file an insurance claim, because if you file 2 insurance claims in a year, they drop you, and that's a bigger problem. So spending a few $1,000s on litigating a lawsuit, or actually just paying the tax rate in the case of paying your children, or the audit risk becomes an acceptable risk. So I love that you're thinking about the risk, because that's exactly what I do as an investor, because I keep asking, well, then what would it be? Well, then whenever a Don or a lawyer or a CPA says, Aaron, don't do that, you don't want to do that, I always say, why? Because I really want to, I want to know what the worst case scenario would be.
So if in a case where, let's say, you partnered with the kids, you use your IRAs as opposed to 401ks. 401k is not subject to in a case like that, no matter how many is that probably
right.
So you use IRAs, your kids use IRAs, you flip and make 100%, whatever, and you buy this, for instance, and you don't pay BBIT, IRS comes calling. How does that really work? And basically they probably say
you owe plus penalties and interest,
and the IRA would pay it out of the funds that the IRA
has.
Correct.
We have worst case.
But that's worst case. But as Aaron brought up to you not too long ago before the break, the likelihood of you getting audited is 0.0. What is it?
Yeah, 0.3.
Yeah, less than.
Yeah, 7. Yeah.
It's worth the speeding ticket.
Well, and you know why else I don't care? Because if that happened to my kids, it's not their money anyway. So I don't give a shit. Sorry, thought you were gonna have 200. Now you have nothing. They don't care anyway, right? So that's even less risk for me if my kid got nailed on that. I tried. You can't say I didn't try. I still get a front row seat, right? We got audited. Sorry, bud. Business vegetables. No, but seriously, what's interesting is, there's a fear that people who've inherited their money have, or people who've gone through a divorce and maybe the other person was the money earner and that person got a settlement. People who've inherited their money, people who got it from divorce, people who are investing with a parent who's alive money. Those 3 groups are always really interesting, because there's a fear about the money that I didn't earn this, therefore I'm extra scared about losing it, because if I lose it, I can't make it back. And as an investor, if you're feeling that fear from some part of your money, the solution to it is to not micromanage even more the investment. The solution is get your ass out there and learn how to make money. Learn how to flip mobile homes. Learn how to do wholesale deals. I would venture to guess that every person in this room is smarter than John the wholesaler. And he's done hundreds of deals. I'm not trying to neg John. What I am saying is that he does. Brittany, how low energy is John? He was here yesterday.
He runs at about 15%.
Yeah.
100% of the time.
How much has he made a year over the last 4 years?
He probably makes about, I'd say, 150 to 220 a year.
Dude works 10 hours a week. He's making 150, 200 grand. Just only wholesale. If it wasn't for Lauren, who was with him, he'd only be making like 75. Because he doesn't care, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have the skill set.
He doesn't care about that.
If he went full blast, 100% of John, he could be making 450, 500,000 a year. If you inherited $500,000 from your grandma and you make $75,000 right now, and you're like, I got to be careful with this money because I only make 75. No. Stop worrying about losing what you have. Learn how to make more. I have a client who's a producer for a reality show, and he came out here to the event, and he's like, dude, he works for A&E. He's like, we want to do a flipping show with you. I'm like, no, I ain't doing that shit. I knew Armando, like, I know that the mother-daughter group, the two chicks and a hammer here that had their show. No, I am not doing a reality. And they said, well, but we could follow you around when you do your seminars and then, to your different markets. I'm like, no, I'm not interested. So then they said, all right, well, what show would you do? I said, well, a show I've always thought would be interesting. What if now I've never been to Alabama. I've never been to the state of Alabama. Am I missing much? No. What if you take me to, what's the biggest city? Birmingham? So you take me to Birmingham, Alabama, draw me off with my driver's license and my 800 credit score and everything I've learned. And that's it. And then have a camera crew. So they could say, you could tell people, hey, he's a recovering drug addict, or something. He's a homeless, something like that. So there's a reason why I have a camera crew following me. But then I'll go find out where the shelter is, crash there the first night, go find temp labor. I have nothing. So, how does Aaron eat, get a burner phone, get a bike, get a car? And I said, the question will be, how much money can I make 12 months later? How much money will I have made? I personally think I'll make $400,000. You start me with zero, I think the show will be boring after 5 months. The second I have a car and a cell phone, they'll be like, all right, we'll just fast forward to the end. Let's see what he made. It'll only be funny when I'm at the shelter getting bed bugs the first week, right? Or out breaking bricks, temp labor, taking a shower, on the slide at Gold's Gym, something like that. Other than that, the show's not gonna be interesting because I know I could make $1 million 50 different ways. I just need to figure out how to make it in Birmingham, but it'll probably be trailers. I'll go offer to run a Hispanic crew for a flipper and manage construction, and make $10,000 the next month. I mean, so easy. It's easy. So if you're feeling financial insecurity, the solution is to figure out a way to make more money. Obsess about your active income. That's the resource. Because then, if you have the balance of the 5 F's behind it, I'll never forget when I first started commuting to Idaho. When my ex-wife got remarried in 2008, 2 years, we got divorced December of 06. She got married 2 years later. She moved up to Idaho, and I rented a little apartment for $800 a month. I found a Jeep Wrangler for $3,000. I went to the cheap furniture store in town and bought $2,500 worth of furniture. And then every 10 days, I would fly to Idaho Falls and pick up my boys and take them to that 2-bedroom apartment and drive them around in the Jeep Wrangler. And we snuggled on the couch and watched movies and hung out together. And I was like, isn't it ironic? I have this multi-million-dollar real estate business, but my $40,000 a year lifestyle in Idaho is when I'm happiest with those 2 little boys. Isn't that ironic? And that reinforced to me the same way it had at 19 about how little importance that money is in terms of keeping a 5F balance in your life. It really is not that big of a deal. Now I always say, as long as I have air conditioning, that is a need for me. If I have air conditioning, right, Wi-Fi, I gotta have Wi-Fi. Air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and a good pillow, those are my needs, right? Nah, I could do a campground if I had I'm cool with campground showers. Meg's like, we just spent $10,000 on a new shower at our house down the street. You keep showering at the office. I'm like, eh. So, no, but it's such a powerful thing that I don't want people to steal from me. I've spent a lot of money to raise the level of our securities inside Alpine so that people can't steal from me. I don't want to give it all away, but at the same time, I'm not emotionally anchored to my money, right? I'm comfortable. I would be totally cool stepping away from it. Like if you said, hey, your kids, you need to sell your company. Your kid has a rare blood disease. Okay, done, bye. There you go. It's $40 million to save my kid. Yep, here you go. You can have all my money. I'll start over again. No problem. That's not even a question. Well, for Casey, Tommy, up to 30 million. I need to keep 10.
Does he know that?
Oh yeah, dude. We were watching his Twitter. We were reading his Twitter last night. One of his tweets, Casey a hoe. This week, Casey a hoe. He's bad, dude. Nobody, don't follow him. It's very bad. All right, so we talked about Roth conversions yesterday. We talked about QRPs and solo 401ks. We talked about partnering. Ramez, from a retirement standpoint, we spent about an hour discussing this yesterday. Was there anything else that we missed with respect to IRAs and 401ks that you can think of based on this slide?
No, based on that slide, no.
Kosh?
Just real quick, I just, with the solo 401ks, can you pull up our website real quick?
Oh, yeah. So
and go to About Us. So the one thing to keep in mind, again, with the solo 401ks rules and regulations, we have a team. We have specific people in the office. Heather handles expenses. Carlos reviews all the investments. Ryan and Steffi, they handle all the transfers. So, again, with the solo 401k, if you have checkbook control, just remember you're going to add all these different job titles to your, everyday things that you're already doing and you're busy. So again, IRAs, passive, we take care of you. We walk you through every step. So again, we have a great team in place that will take care of everything for your IRA.
Carlos, so his parents are from China. They moved to Chicago and they spoke no English. And then Carlos was born and they didn't realize it, but they lived in mostly a Hispanic neighborhood. And so they wanted their son to have an American name, so they named him Carlos. It's the best story. Isn't that cute?
Yes.
Right? And what, does he have a sister or something?
Yeah, brother. I honestly think his brother's name is Juan.
His brother's
Older
Juan.
Brother. Yeah.
Juan and Carlos Lee from China. Because Dennis was like, why are you named Carlos? Like, did you just pick that name for your American name? All right, so I want to show you guys a video. And it was from, let's see. because they're disturbing. And let's see if okay, so first off, who's heard of the Johnson family that started Fidelity? You never heard of them, right? But who's heard of Fidelity?
Oh, sure, of course.
Right. So, the family, this was, I found this in Forbes. It was third generation family wealth. So like the Waltons were in there and stuff. But they have the family fund has $46 billion in wealth. This Boston mutual fund empire was founded by Edward C. Johnson in Boston in 1946. It's now run by his granddaughter, Abigail. Closely held firm. Now here's what's interesting. There's about 24 trillion dollars in retirement accounts?
There was 28 prior to the pandemic.
Yeah.
About 5 million sitting on the sideline.
So $24 trillion in retirement accounts that's managed by companies like Fidelity. Guess what percentage of retirement accounts Fidelity is managing? They have 9.5 trillion in assets. They have 1/3 of the 28.7 trillion U.S. retirement market. Fidelity manages 1/3. We don't know exactly because it's closely held, but around $8 trillion of Americans' IRAs and 401ks. So when I talk about using a trustee that invests your money in the market, I always say Fidelity. Does that make sense? Who else is big? Like
The four powerhouses I would tell you is Vanguard, Schwab, TD. Those are all they pretty much control the financial market. These are the largest of the financial institutions.
Yeah, I mean, Fidelity is making trillions of dollars in profit, right? We don't know because we know a lot of it's in the family trust, but a lot of it's held in the company. So it's the elephant in the living room. If you look at all the retirement dollars, though, okay, you look at all the accounts, what percentage of the accounts are actually self-directed IRAs?
2.5 actually, a little under 3%.
So only 2.5% of accounts, so meaning 97% of Americans let the Fidelities manage their money. In fact, who has money with Fidelity? Anyone? Okay. So, but if you look in these accounts, what percentage of the money is in self-directed accounts?
30.
So 30% of the money is in 2.5% of the accounts. So who's been doing self-directed? The rich or the poor people? The rich. And who's been doing managed funds? The poor. Kosh had us bring up IRA clubs. Okay, IRA club has hundreds of millions of dollars flowing through their trust accounts as investors buy and sell properties, invest in businesses, okay? They're managing all of that money, 3, 6, 9, 12 people, because they're not trying to invest the money. They're making sure that your investment is done correctly, but they're not advising you on how to invest it. They're not offering mutual funds. They're not trading. You're doing the investment. They're just providing oversight. So they're able to make profit when you have hundreds of millions of dollars under your trustee eye that you're keeping an eye on going through your FDIC insured accounts. It's easy when you're not trying to invest it for people. Fidelity is your trustee and the investment company. Does that make sense? Okay, a lot of people don't understand that. Now, what's interesting is if you say, if you go to the government and you say, is there anything you can't invest with your retirement company? What can you not, what's illegal to invest with?
So there's really just three things, which is an S corp, collectibles such as a car, a wine, rugs. God, what am I thinking of? Yeah, sports cars. Yeah, and basically, yes, comic books.
So collectibles are out.
collectibles are, and life settlements. Whole term life insurance.
So
That is just so loud.
Okay. Anything to add to that, cost?
That's it. Collectibles, your own life insurance, and S corp.
Okay, so no collectibles, no life insurance. But notice that if you go into your Fidelity advisor on Monday and say, I was in Indianapolis, I learned all about self-directed IRAs, I found a cool house in Kansas City that I want to buy, so I'd like to take $100,000 of my Fidelity money and use it to buy a house in Kansas City. Your Fidelity advisor is going to say, no, you can't do that. What they don't complete the sentence though. They say you can't do that with Fidelity because as a trustee, we won't oversee your real estate investing. You say, well, no, I want to lend money with my Fidelity money. I want to do a business loan to a friend of mine. You can't do that at Fidelity. The only difference, Fidelity has a trust account. It's FDIC insured. When your money's in cash, it sits there. IRA Club has a trust account. It's FDIC insured. They're both trustees. They're the exact same. Fidelity wants to make money, not on the fees like IRA Club. Fidelity makes money putting you in stocks, charging you for that, putting you in Fidelity funds, charging you for that, putting you in securities and products that they can get paid commissions on. That's how they make trillions of dollars. IRA Club makes $175 a year annual fee. They make $165 per house. Is that what it is?
Correct, for the asset.
They make, $365 a year managing your, so from me, IRA Club's making, a few $1,000 a year. But think about those of you that have money at Fidelity. For every $100,000 that you have, they're charging you 3 to 4% of the gross. So if you got $400,000 in Fidelity over the last 4 years, you've paid $12K over the last year. If you had $100,000 in Fidelity for 4 years, I was reading a study. Dennis showed it to me. It said, hey, let's go back and see what people have made at Fidelity over 20, 25 years when you count the market drops. Because see, if we're in 2020 and you go back to 2010 and you say, how has Fidelity done for me? You may be up. Is anybody up more than 10% a year with their managed? Okay. So how much you up a year?
Well, mine's in low, so right now I'm 5%.
It's where?
With my company, so it's
Oh, yeah. Like low stock.
yes,
But you're up 25% total.
25%.
Okay, but what about anybody close to double digits per year going back the last 10 years?
I switched managers. Once I switched, now I'm double.
So you're double digits now. So your average per year, though, going back 10 years. Any idea?
They claimed I was at 12, but
Isn't it funny? Who honestly, when you look at your statement, you have no clue. Wouldn't it be great if they were like, okay, here's your statement for Fidelity. Okay, in January 1, you had 100K. Then you contributed $16,000 this year. Your boss contributed $16K. Okay? And then, what's that, 132? And then we made you 10% on your money. So then we made you 10% because we're Fidelity and we're smart and we're managed and we invested it for you. So then we made you another 13. Okay? And then we're going to charge you 3%. Who would love to see that statement from Fidelity? They don't do it that way. There's like share price that adjusts daily, and it's not clear what they made you before they took the fees out. It's, here's what most people do. Let's see. I know I had 100K in there. There's like 105K in there right now. It's more, I'm good. That's what people do. That's the typical way that they look at it. And so here's what the problem is. First of all, the problem is when you look at, if you go back to 2010, maybe you've been making 7 or 8, 9% a year on your money. But if you go back further and you go back to 2005, what does that encompass? The fact that the market dropped in 2008. Because in 2008, $3 trillion in IRAs and 401ks floated away. People lost 30 to 60%. I love this chart because this is called, if you lose, then you need to make. So this year, if the market's about to crash, and you got 100,000 in Fidelity, and who had anxiety in March? Who had anxiety in March?
23rd.
Right. I didn't.
You didn't?
No, because I have a universal policy that it has a floor. So my money that's in there, I can't go lower than 7%. So I knew that I wouldn't make less than that. But I also have a ceiling. So like last year I should have made 15, I only made 11. But I didn't care about that because then I borrowed against the policy and used that to do flips. So I figured I knew I wouldn't go lower than the 7%. I wouldn't lose money, but but I didn't have any other money in the market. But then at the bottom of March, guess what? I hopped on my E-Trade account and bought Chipotle because I couldn't believe how low it had dropped, Netflix, Amazon, and Home Depot. And then I sold them all in April. So I like gambling, but gambling's not investing. I never pretend like they're the same. That was a fun little gamble while I was sitting at home bored. So if you have $100,000 in your IRA and you lose 50%, then you need to make 100% on that money to get it back. So think about this. So you're at 100K, it drops to 50,000 because Biden gets elected. And then the next year, you make 20%. Fidelity makes you 20%. I know it's never going to happen, but let's just say that it does. So then Fidelity makes you 20% on your money. What's 20% of 50K? 10,000. So now you're up to 60. Did you get it back yet? No, you didn't get it back because you need to make 100%. So then the next year you make 20% again. You're still back to only 72. You see my point? Are you tracking me on the math here? You got to make 100%, however that long that takes, to get back to where you started before you lost. Now, think about if you have a house. Think about if you have a rental property. Different story. Different story. Because if you had a rental property from Charlotte that you bought for 100K, and the price of the home drops because the market drops like it did in 2008. Homes in Charlotte lost 30% of their value. So let's say the home price goes to 70K. But when you bought it, see, you have two value systems running on the home. You have the value of the home, but what else do you have? You got the rent. And so let's say the market drops, the value of the home drops 70K. You had it rented for $1,000 a month. And do rents go down in a downturn? Rents go up because people stop buying homes and they rent. And we saw that the last time the market crashed. And so after a year, your rent goes up to $1,050. You're still making the original return on your $100,000 because you don't have to sell that home. And then a year later, it goes to $1,100. And you're still making the same 8 cap that you were making when you bought it. In fact, we saw in 2008, 9, 10, 11, investors' returns went up because rents went up because nobody was buying homes then. And so people were like, hey, yeah, I can't sell the house right now. I can't sell the house right now, but I don't give a shit because now it's a 10 cap and I bought it as an 8 cap. I'm getting real money. I'm getting a real return on my investment. So, when people say to me, well, how many houses should I buy? I'm like, you need to buy enough houses, but you also need to maintain liquidity in your net worth. Because what you never want to have to do is sell a home when you need cash. You don't want to have to sell a home. And so that's why the wealthiest Americans diversify their money this way. The wealthiest Americans, this is the top 1/10 of 1%. This is how they divide their money. 1/3 in real estate, 1/4 in private equity, 1/5 in stock, more market-ish, 10% cash. But you see roughly what they're doing? About 1/3 in real estate, about 1/3 in your business or a business, and about 1/3 in the market. 10% cash. 30, 30, 30, 10. That's very, very common that I see with wealthy, because then if the market crashes and you lose value over here, well, at least you have cash for contingency, for scary things. And you have rental income that hopefully can offset, but you never want to go into the 1/3 of your net worth that is the least liquid and have to sell a home at a loss when you can sell some of your stock or maybe borrow against a business. Make sense? That's why they have, but think about your diversification. I bet many of you have 90 to 95% of your retirement sitting in the market. And because, maybe that's why you're here this weekend, because you realize that you need to diversify some of your retirement into some real estate and mirror the pattern that the wealthiest Americans are doing. But I would be the first one to tell you, no, you don't want to buy all real estate, because unless you have another way or another game plan, like you could be like, no, we have pensions, we got $20,000 a month. If one of us got diagnosed with cancer, we have $200,000 in cash. So yeah, no, we can buy. That's where Meg really is brilliant. She's really good at sitting down and helping you map out the logistics, because again, we have a good business, so we're not going to oversell you into property. If anything, Meg may say, hey, let's just start with one. Let's start with one. Let's not make a big production out of it. Okay. Now, who's heard of John Bogle? Who's heard of John? He just passed this last year. And he was he really put forth this idea of index funds, low cost, low fee index funds. Okay? And I like index funds. I do own index funds. I think they're great as part of my holdings. Now, he was talking in his book, right? And I want to paraphrase what he was discussing, because he was talking about how Fidelity and these companies gouge people with their 2.5% to 4% fees. He's like, let me give you an example. In my book, I use an individual who's 20 years old. That person has 45 years to go before retirement, so 20 to 65. And then another 20 years to go before death. So 65 years of investing. If you invest $1,000 and you earn 8%, that 1,000 will grow to 140. And I'm like, let me check that out. So I download this compound interest calculator. and I put in $1,000 into my fund, and if it grows without tax, so pure compounded growth, if it grows for 65 years at 8% a year, compounded annually, and I don't add any additional money to that, it's just the original 1,000, making 8, and I reinvest 100%, I don't pay taxes, just like what happens in your 401k IRA, pure compounded growth. Well, then in 65 years, you'll have $150,000. That's pretty sexy, right? Now, Bogle says the financial system will take about 2.5 percentage points of that return. So you'll have a gross profit of 8% and a net return of 5.5%. And your 1,000 will grow to 30,000. And I went, wait a minute, that can't be right. If I made 8% up here, but then Fidelity charges me 2.5%, so that I only make 5.5% down here. Why is it so much less?
Well, the other one had 65 years of growth.
Oh, whoops, sorry. It's right here. So I went 1,000, 65 years, 5.5, 30K, just like he's saying. With 2.5% going. But if you think about it, see, here's the problem. Fidelity says, hey, we only charge 2.5%. Of what? The gross, the net, the profits? The gross. They charge you 2.5%. Hey, look, I would love to do property management that way. Hey, you're going to buy 400,000 in houses. I'm going to charge you 2.5% of that every year. When they're worth 600,000, I'm going to charge you 2.5% of that. And even if they drop and they're only worth 200,000, still going to charge 2.5% of that. That's what they do. We've all been conditioned to think that no, they just charge on the gross. How do I charge? What do I charge? I charge you 10% of what on the property management?
The rent.
Which is the profit. And what happens if no rent comes in?
You don't get paid.
I don't get paid. So I don't bring rent in, aka profit, but Fidelity doesn't do that. They're like, we're charging you on the total amount, irrespective of if we lose money. Think about in 2008, how many of you have money in the market at that point? Right? Think of that middle finger. So it's like January of 2008, you got 100 grand. You lose half. December of 2008, you got 50. They're like, damn, we don't get 2,500, but we're taking 1,250.
Wow.
Right? We lost you 50 grand. Thanks for the 1,250.
You take all the risk.
And we don't challenge that. In fact, 98% of us, the poor Americans, do you see why the wealthy are getting wealthier in this country and the poor are getting poorer? Like, I feel like a lot of the anger behind the riots in this country are more French Revolution than Civil War. I think we have a class problem in this country much more than that's what I think. I think because you know what? When I looked out my window and saw riots here in Indianapolis, it was a melting pot. Right? It was white, black, brown. There was a lot of angry people, but you know what the common thread was? I didn't see any G-Wagons protesting. The rich people are all like, please let Trump win. Shh, right? Like, because you know what my kids think normal is compared to the kids at their school is a different universe. You know, Tommy and I had, he just got a $399 VR headset that he wanted that just came out because he and I made a deal if he had a 4.0 at mid-try that I would buy that for him. There's kids in his class, their parents won't spend that on Christmas presents. And I did it as a bribe for 6 weeks of school. That is like completely distorted in terms of what money is in this country. Does that make sense? Okay. That's the educational gap that frustrates me so much. Is that because What 2.5% is what percent of 8? Let me divide that. 31%. So 31%, or actually look at it this way. Here you make 150, down here you make 30. Where's 110,000 bucks going? To Fidelity over 65 years. So who takes all the risk? You do, because it's your money. And who gets the majority of the profits? They do. Yeah, what are they doing for you? They're making you 4% a year and charging you 3%, right? Question?
No, I was just going to say I have money in Fidelity.
Yeah.
And when I started really looking into it and asked my designated advisor at Fidelity, can I get some statement of some sort that shows how much fee I'm paying?
Oh, yeah.
There was no transparency whatsoever.
Yeah.
I didn't know. And I went directly to the private equity firm that was managing the fund that I was investing in, and they never even responded to me.
No.
So it's there's no transparency on how much you're actually paying.
No, do a Google search for financial services lobbyists. Because think about your Fidelity. Okay, so your Fidelity, you're bringing in trillions of dollars in revenue. So you go to a law firm and say, okay, guys, your whole focus, we're going to give you $20 million this year, and we want you to lobby in DC for what you have to call a fee. There's been millions spent on what is defined as a fee, because if I don't have to call it a fee, then I can charge my clients without disclosing it as a fee. And they lobby just for that kind of narrow, because there's trillions of dollars at stake.
So one of the things they do when it's their own private mutual fund, they're basically taking money out of the stock price or the share price.
Right.
So it shows on your statement that it went up $2. They could have made $5 more. Net doesn't show up.
And they net it out. I mean, look, who has seen over the past few years, the market has been amazing. If you just had 10,000 in an index fund, like you just bought Vanguard, and you would have just kept it there for the last 5 years, you should be up double digits every year. Yet many of you who have managed funds at Fidelity, you were only making 7 or 8%, and people are like, why? Well, it's because of that 2.5% fee. 3% that they get it up to, because they may say the fees of 1% by law, it's 1%, but then I got all those other chargebacks that I showed you in the video. And so that's what makes me so angry, is none of us realize, because our parents didn't teach us that. It's like, you get a job, you go in, you sit down with HR, they're like, here's your 401k, you have benefits. You're like, yeah, I actually have benefits. I have it. And then they're like, you can be aggressive or conservative, and you control it. And that's the extent of our education. And this should be a class in high school. Because you know what this really is a class in? Compounded growth. That's what we don't understand. What's that? Stealing, I know. And then imagine if you have a second guy who's your buddy, and he charges another point on top of that. Right? So now you're really paying 3.5%. Because then I was like, well, 65 seems a long time, so I did it over, over here I did it over 45 years. Same thing. Over 45 years, at 8%, you grow to 31,000. Over 45 years, at 5.5%, you grow to 11. You're still relatively screwed. It's just smaller numbers, right? Because you remember in the video they were saying, we had this guy who said he was going to navigate our plan with Hancock, and he was going to charge another point. I only charge a percent of the gross every year, win or lose. That's exactly how the wealthy are keeping the middle class and poor, and that's exactly why all of us are like, well, shit, I don't have any money to retire off of. And it's not because you didn't work hard, it's not because you didn't save, it's because the only mistake that you've been making is you think Fidelity actually gives a shit about your retirement. You need to take ownership. There's a reason 98% of Americans are like, that's just how it is. It has to go to... No. You need to learn how to manage your own money because no one will care about your money as much as you. And so from one investor to another, that's the challenge that I have for you this weekend is take charge of your money. I mean, think about it. I don't care if you buy a house from me, but sit down with these two, roll your money away from Fidelity. Sitting in cash is because you can put $400,000 in their trust account and they will charge you and just leave it in cash at the money market. They'll charge you $175. Because you leave it, if you got $400,000 in cash and they're charging you $16,000 every month is another $1,000 to Fidelity of your money. So level one isn't, should I buy something from Aaron? Level one should be, get my money away from Fidelity. That would be, and get into cash and let it sit there for $175 a year while you take your time to educate yourself and decide. I would much rather, from one investor to another, that you do that. Don.
Don't you guys pay 1% on the cash?
It's money market. So
It's 0.0.
Yeah, right now, because
But at least it's something.
it is something. It's better than nothing.
This is the problem that we really don't understand. We don't understand compounded growth in this kind. I had somebody say, Aaron, did you invent Rule of 72? I was like, okay, you can't buy any houses from me. That was the stupidest of questions. First of all, I was a history major. I could barely understand it myself. Okay, so here's why this is powerful, because the Rule of 72 is why when you can have compounded growth in your, because remember, if you own a rental property in your retirement account, you don't pay taxes. If you own it outside your retirement account, you pay taxes every year. Now you may, like we talked about yesterday, you can get that down to like 10%, but it's not growing in a pure compounding way. Make sense? And so here's what this rule means. If I know the return that I can make on my money, so if I know I can make, so you all know that you can make 2% on your money in Fidelity. So if you have $100,000 and you make 2% a year and you keep compounding that growth, then you divide the return into the number 72 and that'll tell you how many years it will take for your money to double. So then you'll have $200,000 after 36 years. Yay! Okay? Or if you're like, hey, I'm going to buy a rental property, okay, I can make 5% off the rents, 5% off the appreciation, I can make 10% of my money. Then you buy a rental for $100K. You divide 10 into 72, that's 7.2 years. And you'll have, $50K in rent, and it'll be worth $75,000. Okay? I'm sorry, $150,000. And you'll have a $50K in rent, so it'll take 7.2 years between cash flow and appreciation for your total dollar amount to get to 200. Make sense? Because remember, you got to calculate both of them with rental properties. Or what if you had some equity to begin with? What if you paid 100 is worth 120? Well, then you're even that much further ahead. So think about my clients in Charlotte who've been making 7% from the rents, 15% from the appreciation. How many times does 22 go into 72? 3.5. So you put 100K in Charlotte with Alpine, 3.5 years, you're at 200. At the 7-year mark, you're at 400. At the 10.5-year mark, you're at 800. At the 14-year mark, you're at 1.6 million. At the 17.5-year mark, you're at, it's getting stupid. 3.2. 21-year mark, you're at 6.4 million. 24. I mean, look at compounded growth. Compounded growth is what none of us ever learned in high school. Maybe you heard about it, but you didn't internalize it to where you're like, man, I just need to give me some properties. Getting some properties to be real sexy. Get, to where it's growing. Because I'll have people say to me, I don't know, 7% off the rents. I don't know how sexy that is. Well, if you can make it, I think anything that you can make a combined return double digit and make it passive, that's sexy to me. Especially when you don't have to pay taxes on it. That's sexy to me. Anybody disagree? So what I did was, I had a client who came to me, and he worked for General Motors. And they came to him and said, hey, we know you're going to get a pension, but we're going to buy you out of your pension. Because you guys are, you retirees with the pensions are killing us, and you're killing our stock price. This was after the last crash. So they said, he said to me, Aaron, I was going to get $5,000 a month. So my wife and I have built our whole life around $5,000 a month. I said, what do you mean? He's like, well, we knew we'd each have like $1,000 for social. And we figured, we didn't upgrade our home past the second home because we wanted to be free and clear on our home. And then we saved money and we bought a lake house, and we didn't get the giant lake house with the dock. We got the conservative one, and we paid that off because we said, I just got to get through this damn job, get my 25 years in on this assembly line that I hate, because then I'll be, 45, 47, and then I can just be on the lake and just enjoy Michigan life and just get away from this. So it was like a contract that I had with General Motors. I'll show up every day on this shit assembly line, but then I'll have this amazing 25 plus years of pension living. And he's like, I never learned how to invest because I didn't. I just knew 7K. Live your life under 7K. Make sure you can be under 7K. Because we all think that way, right? Where it's like, what's our monthly number? What's our nut? What do we got to cover? Everybody thinks that way. So he's like, now they pulled the rug. They just had a meeting. They said they're buying me out of my pension because it's hurting the stock price, because they can sell cars, but they can't, they don't want to deal with the legacy cost. That's what they call me, legacy cost. He's like, you wouldn't believe how much they're... So they said I can do an annuity. And you saw what Susie Orman said about annuities, right? He said this annuity, they told me it's guaranteed like a pension, but, I'm only getting like 3% on the money. And he's like, I did the math. It's only going to work out to about $1,800 a month. So I don't want to do that. So they said they'd give me a check. They give me a check. Guess how much his check was? It was $500,000. So he's like, so I'll never get a pension, but they're going to be $500,000. So I said, okay, well, that's cool. 5,000 a month's what I need to live. So let me just do some math here. 500,000 divided by 5,000. I got 100 months to live. And then I'm down to Social Security. He's like, so that didn't work. The $1,800 from the annuity sucked. He's like, so that's why I'm here. Teach me how to invest. Got to do some real estate because I'm going to take that check. And I said, now this was years ago. And I said, okay, well, what if we do this? I said, what if we do 300,000 and you keep 200,000 in reserves? He said, okay. I said, I will do with you, I'll do 5 houses at $60K a pop. Because this is back in 2009 when we were selling houses for $60,000. And I said, the rent on these houses is 10%. So you'll be making, in your IRA, $2,500 a month. $500 a house. That's what you'll make after expenses. Now I said, there's going to be some volatility. Sometimes you'll have evictions. Sometimes you'll have repairs. But the goal is that we're getting you pretty close to 10%. Okay? I said, let's model this out and see what this will look like for you. I said, let's assume only 3% appreciation. And I said, what if you do this? I said, could you wait 15 years before you started pulling money out of the account? Meaning, could you let the rents roll over every month? And then when there's enough, you buy another house for $60K? and it's bringing in 500 a month. So now you'll go to 6 houses, so you'll be up to 3,000 a month rent. So I said, you know, you're going to start with the first 5. I said, just get 5, and then roll it over and let them buy friends. And he's like, all right, well, 2,500 a month. He's like, I'm not even going to have 60 grand in there after the first year. There's only be 30,000. I say, true. So the first year you'll only have 30K. It'll take you 2 years with the first 5 for them to buy a new friend. He's like, all right, so after 2 years, I'll have 6 houses, but then it'll be bringing in 3,000 a month. I say, correct. And I said, but now that you're getting 3,000 a month, it won't take 24 months. It'll take 20 months. In 20 months, now it's starting because it's compounded. You're not paying taxes on the rents. He's like, what about appreciation? I said, let's not even count that. Let's not even count appreciation. Let's not account if one of the tenants comes and says, hey, I want to buy it from you for 75. Let's not count any flips. No. And he's like, what if I raise the rent? Let's not count that either. Let's assume that you only get the same rent, that we don't raise it, and it doesn't go up in value. I said, let's just look at the cash flow. And he's like, okay. So I said, so now in 24 months, but then in 20 months, we buy number 7. And now, with another house in there for 60K, the first 5 have purchased 2 friends, and now there's 3,500 a month, and it starts to compound. So I said, it almost took you 4 years to get to get to 7 houses. How many homes do you think you'll have in there after 15? And what do you guys think? Throw out some numbers. What do you think? 25? What else? 40? Any other numbers? Just be honest, because you know you've all been thinking in terms of compounded growth since you were very little. See, right? You see how? Think about your job. There's things that you do the math on, or that you calculate that you can just like spit it out, right? Because you've been doing it for so long. See my point? We never think compounded, so we're like, well, I could probably do the math. But it's so counterintuitive that you didn't realize what 2.5% was doing to your retirement money, did you? That's my point. You can't guesstimate the math on this. Who's like, oh shit, what if it's 100? Like, you know, you thought that. Because you're like, I don't know. Well, we've all heard do you want a penny and it doubles every day? We've all heard that. Fill the Super Bowl stadium bullshit. All right, so a drop, doubles. All right, what about after 30 years if you just kept rolling it with the same assumptions? How many houses do you think you'd have in there? Hey, throw out a number. Commit. 75. Huh? 400. Okay. All right, that's your homework tonight. I didn't do the math.
I have a question on this.
Yeah.
So, you have the 5 houses. What if you wanted to wait to get a more expensive house after 3 years? Or is that not worth
See, no, you're bringing up a great point. The more assumptions you add into a financial model, the more complicated it becomes and the more inclined it is to fall in on itself. So I always try to model very simply. Yeah, because as many assumptions as you put into a spreadsheet, cancer can blow the whole spreadsheet up. Right? As many assumptions as you put into a spreadsheet, think about if you were a grocery store owner in 1930 in Germany that also happened to be Jewish. I'm sure you had a great business plan, but it probably didn't include fascism and extermination roundups, right? So there's always what I call CLEs, catastrophic life events. And nobody puts those in spreadsheets. That's the problem, okay? Nobody puts those in spreadsheets. So when I did the math based on the model for him, okay, that just assuming 3% appreciation, he was looking at 1.9 million in properties after 15 years, bringing in net $11,000 a month over 23 houses. What, didn't you say 24, bro? Boom! And then you said 75 down here, right?
Yeah, I can do two variable calculus in my head.
I like that. I'm impressed.
Two variable algebraic. Speed that up.
So when this was, so since this was back in 2009, I didn't know to Google search for a compounded calculator. I did it by hand. Yeah, I sucked at that. But, you know, after 30 years, imagine having 15 million in property, 44,000 a month, and 100 homes that the first 5 bought all of the rest. And then imagine what it looked like if you incorporated some flips and some rent raises. And it's like Scarface again, where you're hiding drug money because it's so much. And that's how, you know, that's how it's become for us now with our money, with the properties that we own, with how much is coming in. I've seen that personally with my own net worth as I've done that. It's stupid. It's like it took me 8 years to start making $1 million a year, but then you know, we'll do well over $100 million gross across all 4 markets this year. It's stupid.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's foundation time.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody last night, and 3 months ago was the first time I ever took a draw from Alpine Property Management Indy. I've owned it 15 years, and I'm like, nah, I'm always the last to eat in my businesses. That's what I always say. I'm last. You know, sometimes at Thanksgiving I only get pie and rolls, right? I'm the last pig at the trough. And if you can learn to do that as a business owner, I'm telling you, I see more small businesses ruined because you eat first. Now, I've heard people say pay yourself first. I agree with that. You got to cover your bills, right? But if you can cover your personal monthly nut and then reinvest everything into your business, you're still paying yourself. You just choose to invest your money back. Because I didn't really start getting rich till I got down to where I was living off of 5% of what I made every month. To reinvest 95% back. Now, some of it is, damn it, I lost money, got to fix that, so I got to fill that hole. But then some of it is I'm building a new structure. And I don't care how much money you make, I don't care what your situation in life is. If you're living off of more than 80% of what you make, that's your problem right now. You do need to listen to some Dave Ramsey. He's got some good advice for you. If you're living off of more than 80%, that's your problem. You're too bougie, your car's too nice, your house is too damn nice. You know, now maybe you got some medical, then CLE, that doesn't count. But we all know the difference between there's no way that I couldn't pay this and, oh, we chose to live here and now we bit off more than we can chew and we can't even afford to landscape it. Because we know, every one of us has done some stupid ass financial decisions. I remember leasing this new car a few years ago, and I started to hate the car as soon as the new leather smell wore off. Because I hated that payment, right? So we've all done that. Or God forbid you put Christmas on a credit card, you know, or a present for someone. We've all done that. Or paid for a meal you knew you couldn't afford, or something that that you had to have. So I get that. But the idea is that we evolve and we as we gain a financial education, we make better decisions as investors. And so I try to be really deliberate. But it's easy. I think it's easier to say to someone, hey, just get 5 houses in your retirement account and let it grow. How many of you can afford to wait 15 years before you need to start pulling it out? Right? And so, but the problem is, if you don't understand what sexy is, if you don't understand, you're never going to get the first one in there. Because you're like, oh, it's just a headache. I got to pay the taxes. I got to email Ellen. I got to pay the insurance. And then, but when at least Fidelity was an easy 2% on my money. This 10%, it's bullshit. I swear I get that every month, right? It's messy. It's like, my wife makes these amazing, she's an incredible baker, like her rolls and her pies and her cake. When you go in the kitchen when she's baking, it's like everywhere. When Meg took her kids to Jackson Hole this week because she likes to go see bears and moose and shit, and if there's on a golf course where I can see the bears, then I'm not, because I don't hike. Hike is like, I work out in the morning to get it out of the way. Hiking is like the worst kind of, it's like a 4-hour workout. Like I hate hiking. I mean, I like hiking up to the 18th green to putt, but at least I have a Gatorade in the cart, right? So, But she loves that with her kids. And so they left the house. My house was me and the boys, because we eat out and everything's frozen and then immediately it gets thrown away, right? So the house stays quiet and clean when Team Adams is there. Because we're just on our device. We don't, like her kids do crafts and play and make messes. And my kids just stay at their video game station 12 hours a day.
You gotta talk to somebody.
Oh, it's so funny. Somebody came out this last week and they were like, your house is really like you said. It's the dailies up on the second floor. Your boys are in the basement. You guys, I'm like, yeah, what you thought I was lying? I didn't think it'd be like this. You really have 3 kitchens. I'm like, did you think I was lying? This whole topic is really interesting. We had an executive from Orlando for a big Fortune 500 company came here with his wife, sitting right here, and he raised his hand. He's like, I'm not paying 2.5%. I'm like, yes, you are. He's like, no. My best friend from high school, he's my boy. We're tight. I'm not paying that. He told me he's not charging me anything. And I'm like, no. He's probably this guy. He's probably the additional advisor that's waiving the 1%. But you're sure as hell paying 2.5%. Your money's with Fidelity. He's like, no, I don't pay. He's like, I'm going to go call him right now. He walked out there. We're still doing this presentation, and it was like 40 minutes. We break for lunch. He comes in, whispers in his wife. She goes out there. He was paying those fees. And he had almost $1 million. So he's like, on $1 million, what's 3% of $1 million? $30,000 a year. And he'd been with this guy for 20 years. And he starts doing these calculations.
Yeah, but think what it could have been too. Yeah.
Could have been 10 million.
You can't think about it, it'll eat your heart out.
He was like broken. He's like, because he took all the risk, worked his ass off, bright guy, thought his boy was taking care of it. And his boy waived the 1%, but you're still paying, right? And so that alone, talk about pay yourself to invest your own money. And that's why I'm really, that's another motivator. Can you see why Aaron Adams Training, why I built it? Because now I'm like, now go learn that. Now I put it all on there. Go learn it. $100 for a class. Learn to make more money. That's why I did that. And that's why they're so cheap, for that exact reason.
So is he a big client of yours now?
Yeah. Yeah, he bought like 8 houses. Yeah, there's... What was even funnier was his boss, the CFO of this Fortune 500 company, she came out. She's been my client for years. And then she made him come out. She's like, he was going to know it all, right? She's like, Aaron will blow your mind on some stuff. There's going to be some stuff you hadn't thought of that he's going to hit you with. And he was an athlete, so, I find that people who had played sports, I don't irritate them as much when I speak. Just my style, because it's, it's loud and whatever. And so he was into it. He was vibing until Saturday. And then it was like we fell off a cliff. Picked himself. He was like devastated because he realized that money. Questions or comments about this?
I have a question.
Yep.
So is this only if you're putting it into your retirement account, or does this kind of still work if you're doing it as a business and you're putting the money back into the concept of work?
Yeah, except the one thing you have to think about when you're outside of taxes, take you outside of a pure compound environment. If you have a business outside your retirement account, then you're paying taxes. Because if you think about tax, it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back with tax. It puts a ceiling. But there's even compound calculators that will allow for, you can plug in a tax rate and then it will show you it'll do the math for you. There's some really cool stuff.
So, because I'm assuming you don't do all yours in your IRA, you do some of it in business.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So for someone starting out, now obviously I did my first one in my IRA, but how do you suggest you do that, and do you do more of it here first, or I'm trying to do this with my son.
That's a perfect sit down with Meg personally to strategize out with. That's a perfect sit down with Meg. Yep.
I'm confused on like the structure though. So say this is in your own 401k or Roth IRA or whatever, however you're holding money, right?
Yeah.
Are you loaning it from the Roth IRA to your LLC?
No. Like if you sit down with Ramesh and Kosh this weekend, and let's say you got $100,000 in an IRA. Let's say you got $400,000 in an IRA. You want to take $100K and do a deal. So you're not limited to how many IRAs you can have. So you sit down with them, you fill out a form, you give them $175 tonight. Then they'll set up that new Roth for you or that new IRA. And then that IRA that they set up, you can still leave your money with your guy. Because we always have people who'll just take, like, let's say you want to do one deal. You do just enough out of your Fidelity into your Roth. Because you can have 50 IRAs. You're limited to how much you can't put $6,000 in each of them. You're limited on your contributions, not how many accounts you have, right? So then that IRA goes on title. So we'll set up a closing and the IRA will be on the title. And then every month, I won't send the rents to you. I'll send them to the trust account at the IRA club.
And they put it back into the okay.
Yeah. And then it goes into the IRA. So,
How do you move your money from the IRA you have?
So that's what Ryan and Stephanie do to transfer department. You'll sign a form, you'll tell us how much you can over, then that custodian will transfer the funds to IRA. Okay.
yeah, it's a transfer, not a withdrawal. That's what a lot of people think.
It's a rollover.
Yeah, rollover, transfer. I think isn't there a difference between a rollover and a transfer?
Rollovers can be for 401ks, they're limited on one a year. Transfers, you can do as much as you like, as often, they're not taxable, they don't cost anything, so you want to do a transfer.
Yeah, Dennis used to correct me because I would always say rollover. Because on the commercials you see rollover, right? Yeah, question?
We can transfer from a company.
No, well, most 99% of the time, your current job won't let you transfer it away until you leave that job.
Right. You guys talk about CARES Act?
No.
So now,
You got the mic.
oh, sorry. So, again,
It's not. Oh.
No, is it on? On the top? It's green?
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry. So, talk with your CPA, but the CARES Act that was passed in March allows you to take that distribution from an IRA up to 100K. And then essentially you could then move that money into an IRA. So the CARES Act allows you to take funds out of your current employer plan. You just have to be affected by Corona, either yourself or your spouse or your wages had to have suffered.
Up to 100, right?
Up to 100K.
Until December 31st.
So we've had a lot of people in the past few months take 100K out of their job and use it to buy a house from us.
That includes TSP.
But we were both essential and neither one of us has got it, so who needs to get it?
Told him last night. See, neither one of us got
Yeah, I just.
tested
Yeah.
or anything like
I don't
that, so we don't have anything we could use to take it out because of CARES.
Has it impacted you in any way?
Yeah, that's.
I've been quarantined once.
Oh.
But she was
I
making.
mean, I
Her
still got
wages
But her
didn't
wages
go
went
down. I don't know. I mean, it's such a gray area. I don't know again how the IRS is gonna.
So here's the point. Here's a good point with the government. Now, I'm not giving you financial advice. It's recorded. Okay. From one investor to another, when the new Trump tax laws came out, I took advantage of every single one. Now, my CPA said, Aaron, these have to be tested in court. I'm like, so what? If they get tested and it's a negative to me, then I guarantee you there's going to be some provision to let me roll back what I've done without penalty, because that's what the government did in 1987. They've always done that. When they pass new laws and then clarify them, if you get caught in the gap, they always write some backdoor, yeah, but if you did this, it's not your fault because the law was on the books. So if that's a write-off, I'm taking the write-off. If that's a loophole, I'm taking the loophole. Me personally. If that's 100K I can borrow, well then, if they say, no, you can't do that, well then, we'll roll it back and put the money back. I'm sure there'll be a rollback provision because they know that some people were taking CARES Act money. That would be my 2 cents. Okay? Your lawyer won't tell you to do that. But there's a reason why I have more money than all my attorneys. Your CPA won't tell you to do that, but don't take advice from someone unless you would trade places with them. So, is it aggressive? Yes. Am I telling you should do it because it won't be bad? No. But what I am making you challenge you on is risk. Because you never get rich without taking risk. You never get rich by having all the holes in the spreadsheet filled out. If you're listening to me skeptically, let's compare bank accounts. Because yes, I get my ass kicked on things. Yes, I lose lawsuits. Yes, I've paid fees and lost money on deals. But yes, I've hit home runs. Yes, I've made 1,000% return on investment on deals. So I would point to that big picture over time and say, taking risk is always, it's so funny. I thought when I started and I bought that first duplex and I was so scared about having a tenant, I thought that fear would go away. The fear and apprehension from investing will never leave. What you're scared of changes, but I still have that rock sitting in my backpack that I had 20 years ago. I still feel that. Am I scared my lights are going to go off? No. But I'm scared about other things. And so what it is good investors learn to live with uncertainty and apprehension. It never leaves. It doesn't get better. You need to get better.
The way you manage it.
Drink more. But I swear, no, you know what? I used to be like, does anybody do yoga? Okay, does anybody practice meditation? I used to think that was the hokiest bullshit.
No, it's not.
Until I started doing it.
Yeah.
Because I kept reading all these Fortune 500 guys swear by it. And Ray Dalio is like my hero. If you haven't heard of Ray Dalio, Bridgewater, his book Principles, it's like my business Bible. I worship that guy. Ray Dalio is just... And he's like this big meditation guy, so I was like, I'm going to do it. You know how hard it is to clear for ADD person like me, to clear my brain?
You don't have to clear your brain, though.
Well, but just trying to do that.
It's impossible. Because you can still successfully and have gaps without clearing your brain.
But my point, and that's my point, is that just the process of thinking about that aspect of mental control, like meditation and yoga, I'm a huge believer. I do it every day now because it literally lets me let go of anxiety. It helps me relax because, if you've ever, who's a W-2 employee? Don't Sunday nights suck?
Yes.
When you're like, you're having this great weekend, and then around 4 or 5, something will make you think of tomorrow, and you'll be like, fuck. Right? Because then it'll, see, you know what I hate? Even though I'm the business owner, on Monday, I get this 1,000 email wave that comes in from everybody trying to get caught up with me. And so I get anxiety because of all my W-2s start working. It sucks. And it happened to me last week. I was I was watching Sunday Night Football, chilling with my boys, and then I was just like, ugh, because I knew I had all the Anderson partners coming up to meet with me on Monday, plus my 1,000 email wave. Meg and I had a 6 a.m. flight to Kansas City on Tuesday, so I had 3 days of CEO and no teaching, which I hated. And then I had to record a class. My week has just been banging this week. And Sunday night, I felt that. And I would have been, I literally went in my room and did meditation to let that, I've learned to deal with it. That's why I work out every day. I need the endorphins. And so you need to get better. You need to learn physically, mentally, emotionally how to confront and manage it because it will never go away. Doesn't matter how rich you are. Doesn't matter how much cash you have, because then you just worry about people stealing it. It's real. You worry about people stealing it and you losing it in bad investments. So when you don't have it, you worry about not having it. When you're earning it, you worry about making a mistake. And then when you have it, you always worry. So learn to deal with worry. That's from one investor to another. I can't give you more powerful advice, but that doesn't mean you stop taking risk. Because then you stop taking risk, and that has a whole new set of problems. It was never easier than when you were in high school. We didn't know at the time, but we really had it great back then. Other questions for Team IRA Club?
Get a chance to sign up.
Oh yeah, where's the sign up sheet?
Everyone's got
Does anybody need the sign-up sheet? That hasn't had a chance? Okay.
Yeah, we'll start grabbing you. We're 5 to 10 minutes. We'll go downstairs, we'll chat, and then we'll finish up tonight.
Yeah. They'll do some appointments tonight, tomorrow morning, and then they'll head back to Chicago. Okay. Last thing I want to talk about before we go on the bus. Last thing I want to talk about is, can you tell I warmed it up in here for you guys?
Yeah, thank you.
It's too hot. I'm going to turn my fan on. I put it at like 70. What does it say back there? I think I put it at 73. It's at 73.
It's good. I dressed for the winter.
I know. I saw people like literally shivering. I'm like, all right, fine. Because if I was in here alone, it would be 65. Now, if you're cold, see, I didn't say you couldn't. Just go up and down those stairs 4 times, and you will feel so good when you come sit back there. All right, last thing is this. I want to talk about credit. Because we started the day yesterday talking about recourse and non-recourse, but I want to talk about one other aspect of credit before we finish up. Because we got 3 cool properties today. We're going to see an Airbnb. We're going to see an apartment complex. We're going to see a rental. So we got 3 very different properties, 3 very different discussions, and we're a small enough group that we can all easily navigate the house, which I hate when there's 50 people for that reason. But Jake, I'm going to show another quick video. if you have an 8 cap property at $100K, because that assumes no mortgage, and you buy the property with no money down, then your return on your investment is infinite. I get that. But your risk is astronomical. That's what we never add to the, they're like, look, I'm making, I got this for $1,000 down. I'm making $1,000 a year in cash flow. So my return on my investment is 100%, my cash on cash return. And my risk is astronomical. That's what people don't add to the statement. Because what happens when you have that mortgage and your cash flow is $100 a month, and then you find out it needs a new roof, or it flooded and that was excluded from the policy. I have a friend who's got an assisted living center in Phoenix. I love Gene. I love his program. He loves Gene. He loves his program. He's got 3 of them in Phoenix. 9 of his 14 residents died in one of his house last year. That was catastrophic. He's like, I kind of moved some of them from others to even it out. And he's like, but it's a nightmare, Aaron. And he's like, my biggest problem with the residential assisted living is keeping skilled labor in them. He's like, I'm struggling. I'm like, I don't have that problem at trailer parks. I got a tweaker that cleans up trash. I got another tweaker. I have the lowest level of skill at the trailer. I said, that's why I like trailer parks better than Rawls. Same with Airbnbs. I think Airbnb is a comparative active income strategy to residential assisted living, but I like Airbnbs better because I'm a lower skill labor. A cleaning crew, a handyman. I as a business owner, I worry about skilled labor. There isn't a person in my company that I can't train them from nothing, knowing nothing, to do real estate. Right? And so for me, when I'm looking at strategies, assisted living, Airbnb, mobile home parks, commercial, I really think about who I have to hire to help me and how difficult is it going to be to source them. Big factor. Okay? So the way that I approach debt is I'm assuming that over the next 20 years, I'm going to have a catastrophic life event. Now, is there anyone in the room, and let's just define them again. If a CLE is defined by job loss, unexpected, death of a family member, divorce, illness, market conditions like COVID. All right, has anybody gone 20 years that they haven't had a CLE? Let's take this out. Take COVID out. Has anybody gone 20 years and you haven't had one of these? 2 and 7 months, right? So last month somebody raised their hands. I'm like, did you understand the question I just asked? You haven't had one? All right. All right, everybody move away from her. Congratulations, you're next. I mean, I'm not being facetious. It's just the likelihood that you go 20 years. Yeah, we all get 20, 30-year mortgages. And what are you going to... Where's cancer for your cash flow analysis? See, the reason I tell you that is because every month I go buy somebody's catastrophic life event at the foreclosure auction. And then I meet them when I go to the door. It's yucky. In good conscience, how could I give you advice to take on a bunch of loans knowing that at some point one of you is going to get picked off and potentially lose that property because you're going to have a CLE? That's my ethical question that I've answered, because wouldn't it be easier if right before we go on the bus right now, instead of me talking about this, there's a mortgage broker here, because I got a mortgage broker here in Indy that would help you get mortgages on my properties. Imagine if I had 3 mortgage brokers, the KC one, the Charlotte one, and the Indy. I have one in each market. You know why I don't bring them here? Because I know all of you have thought about debt, but very few of you have thought about owning free and clear. And so the teacher in me wants you to think about that before you decide you want to get a mortgage from me. I'm not telling you you can't. I'm just telling you you should think twice. Does that make sense? Because I want you to have an educated strategy. Just like the same advice I told you that I think you should really get your money away from Fidelity, before you decide to buy anything from me. Do you see that me giving you that advice is at my own potential financial detriment? I'm pointing that out to you so that you know that when I craft what I say, I assume all of you are like my cousin or a friend of my brother. And that I'm giving you the very best advice that I can give you from 20 years. Sometimes that means it's going to hurt me in the short term. Some of you are going to go, oh, well, I probably shouldn't buy a property. Good! I need to focus on active income. Good! So don't buy a $100,000 property from me. Spend $5,000 on mobile home trainings. Learn how to flip those. And in 6 months, when you've made $100,000, come buy a property from me with that. I've had that happen. I love that. Because I don't give a shit if you buy from me this month if I give you advice that's a better, very next step for you. That's why I do that. Because someone will come up to me tonight and be like, well, I notice you don't like loans, Aaron. I'm like, I love that. I wouldn't be a millionaire if my first 10 deals were 100% financed. But now, fast forward to now, this is how I do it. So longer than 60 months rentals, I own them free and clear. So this is my free and clear floor of my money. Unleveraged. A couple months ago, somebody said, what do you mean by unleveraged? So now I say it both ways. No loans, unleveraged. Loan, debt. Because it confuses people, so I always do the K through 12 word and then the word that I use. Okay? If I'm going to hold it longer than 60 months, the only way that I want a mortgage on it at 61 months is if I'm taking 100% of the cash flow to pay it off. So my house down the street that we're going to go see, that's an Airbnb, I bought it for $250,000 and then I spent another couple $100,000 on it. I had a mortgage on it because I have an amazing investor here in town that gave me 100% financing, non-recourse. And so I left his mortgage in place so I could build a carriage house, start restoring the home. He hit me up in January. And he's like, hey, you just sent me another mortgage payment on 1634 Alabama. And I was like, yeah. He's like, you paid it off. I was like, oh, shit. Like, on my own rentals, I eat last. And I was like, yay! I own it. You know, it was like 6 years ago that I bought it, right? Because I was like, I'm going to get a mortgage, but 100% of that Airbnb money is going to pay it off. So my bookkeeper's like, yeah, remember, you know, the mortgage payment was $4,500 and you increased it to $7,000 in the bill pay a few months ago, or a couple of years ago, and I had forgotten that too. Because I started obsessing, if I know I'm going to keep it for longer than 60 months, I want it paid off. So that's my one caveat. If you're like, well, Aaron, I'm less risk adverse than you. Okay, I get that, but at least then think about taking 100% of the positive cash flow to pay down the principal on that loan. Okay? At least think about that if you're going to hold it long term. Now, if it's less than 60 months, so that apartment complex I was talking to you about yesterday that I have in Idaho, the 60 unit, I 100% financed that. $3.6 million, 100% financing. Rich people have different rules. That's one way, but that's not my way. There is a FHA loan program, non-recourse. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. That requires 30% down, non-recourse, fully amortized over 30, 7-year balloon. I know. Oh, well, then I went to one of my investors and said, I just found a 60-unit complex. I have the loan for $2 million. I need you to bring in 1.4. We'll split it 50-50. I'll manage it. So I used his money for the down payment and the $400K improvements. I brought the loan. His name didn't have to be on it because it's non-recourse, the LLC. He didn't know about the loan existed. This is the company I got it through. Arbor specializes in these products. If you'd like to, they're a publicly traded company. Tons of loans out there. No. It's funny. It's been funny because now our positive cash flow is $20,000 a month, but it's non-recourse. So I don't mind the debt because I have no money in that property, It's now worth about $5.5 million. So I said to my partner, you decide what we're going to do. If you'd like to sell it, we're going to do a 3.6. We could sell for 5.5. Split the profits 50-50. You get your 1.4 back plus $1 million. And he's like, well, I kind of like the $20,000 a month because right now I'm getting $10,000 a month on my. How much is, if he's getting $10,000 a month on his 1.4 mil, what's he making cash on cash a year? 120 on 1.4? Like 8.5%? Pure, passive, and he's not on the loan. So in his mind, he's making 8.5% secured on the property in first position. It's not a loan, it's ownership. And he gets all the benefit of ownership, but he's watched me create $2 million in equity. So what's he really made on his money? He's making 8% on his money, and he's now made another 25 to, well, yeah. It's both. So he's easily making a double-digit return. So he was the one who's like, let's keep it. Now, I don't mind selling this. So even though I have it 100% financed, I let him decide because he's got the money in the game because I don't have my credit tied to it. And I don't have, the only thing I'm losing is the time to manage it. But I hired an engineer from Intel to manage it. So it's one stream of cash flow that I don't even think about. And it's 2 miles from me in Idaho. Right? So do you see how it still fits into my formula? I like debt. But again, what did I say yesterday? I'd always rather have a partner than a loan. In this case, I got both, but it's a non-recourse loan. I love non-recourse debts. See, look how your education is building. Right? So there are who knew that there's a non-recourse FHA mortgage? That's why I have these monopoly signs, because this weekend you were learning the rules of gold-plated Monopoly. You've been playing little plastic green and red house Monopoly. We play gold-plated Monopoly. It's called, well, if you want a house for $100,000, you got to put 3% down, full recourse, pay mortgage insurance because you're poor in America. If you're rich, well, it's a $2 million minimum loan amount. Just show us all I had to show them was the 30% down, $1 million in an account that I had, my partner's account. No. Nope. Now, there is recourse. If I'm being full disclosure, if I commit fraud, so if I take all of the rents and run off to Mexico, right, then that's fraud. I had to sign a recourse aspect to that. But my social security number is not on that mortgage. It's non-recourse. And I didn't fill out an application. There was no personal disclosures, right? I had to provide bank statements. I had to show a balance sheet from my businesses. Well, that was easy because I have no debt. They would have done it, just shown them this office. So that's my rule of thumb. Now, my businesses, I don't like debt on my businesses. We don't have debt on this building. We don't have a receivables line of credit for Alpine Management. We don't have any lines of credit or debt on any of our buildings here in town. We have our office in Kansas City free and clear as a partnership. We don't have any lines of credit in Kansas City, Alpine. In Charlotte, we own 2 offices, the old office and new office that are free and clear. We've done all the improvements on new office again, 6 months ago, people would have been like, man, that's way too little debt. But think how we were all feeling during COVID in April. We were in the cap because nobody knew. For all we knew, we'd see like 20% of our tenants not paying. We didn't know they'd pass PPP. We didn't know they'd pass $1,200 stimulus checks. We didn't know they'd pass $600 bonus unemployment checks. But we weren't worried in April because we're like, hey, even if half the tenants pay, we won't have to lay anybody off. How good is that feeling? When you get into a CLE and know that you don't lose assets because you can't afford to service the debt. That's when you're glad that you've been conservative. That's when you're glad you have a lumpy mattress. Okay? So businesses, I don't like to finance.
Aaron, are you not classifying your Airbnb as a business in real estate? I understand that you own the real estate. That's one aspect that you operate as.
Yes, so my Airbnbs are all free and clear. I always err on the side of conservative. But like flips, I'm cool with 100% leverage. Less than 60-month deals, I'm cool with 100% leverage. It's really more of, because think about this, you know, Meg and I have 400 doors. I could lose my voice and go blind today, and I got $100,000 coming in next month, just from my properties. Plus, I have money coming in from my businesses that are unleveraged. Meaning, I could become completely disabled, and Meg and I spend 20, 25 grand a month, and I have well over 150 to 170 coming in from unleveraged assets. The worst case scenario, I could liquidate these and put $50 million in my pocket. And I may lose money up here, but my exposure up here is less than $10 million. And so you know what I'm not risking by this strategy? I'm not risking the lifestyle that my children and I have. I'm not risking the homes that we have in terms of where we live. You know, for me, that matters a lot. If I'm being completely honest, is because my dad was like feast or famine when I was growing up. So I was the oldest child. When you're the oldest, you kind of hear the drama. And my dad would go, he was making like $400,000 a year at the casino, and then he'd lose his job and be a consultant for a year, and we'd have no money. And then he'd get hired and make $800,000. And then he'd be a consultant again, because he was never unemployed. He was doing consulting, right? And that's what he would always say. I'm just doing consulting. And so I watched that financial uncertainty with my parents, and I felt my mom's anxiety. And I remember thinking, I'm never going to do that. I'm always going to protect my floor. So if it gets a little bit higher. Now, there has been a price to that. And the price is, if I would have been more aggressive over the last 20 years, I'd probably be worth $200 million. If I would have maintained more leverage on more of my assets, I'd probably be worth $200 million. But I don't know, I could have gone bankrupt in 2008, because the real reason I left California was because I was scared to roll the dice. I felt like it had appreciated too much. That's why I came out here to the Midwest. So as long as you understand the trade-off of any decision to take the conservative path, what only matters is what you need to sleep at night.
Well, somebody asked yesterday, how much is enough?
Yes, Tom asked that.
That's a life decision that you make.
Yeah, because if you find that you got a bunch of mortgages and you got a bunch of business debt, and it's affecting your marriage, and it's affecting your ability to parent, and it's affecting your ability to sleep at night, you got too much debt. Who cares if you went to a seminar and they said, the wealthy all use debt? Yes, they do. But each one of us has to sleep at night. And so I hate when a seminar person is like, mortgage, debt, trying to propose that there's a right way. Just like I hate when Grant Cardone's like, it's all about apartments, screw single-family homes. You're showing your ignorance by trying to promote to people there's a right way. Just because debt's a tool doesn't mean you need to have that in your garage. So on that aspect, Dave Ramsey is fantastic at teaching a wealth preservation, debt minimization strategy. But if you want to make more, if you're making $100,000 a year and you'd like to be worth $5 million, I'm happy to share what's involved with that. But there's always trade-offs. There's always price. And I am very neurotic, but I was hardwired that way. I didn't learn to be neurotic. It wasn't like in high school I was kind of neurotic. And then in college, I got a little better. And now, at 46, I'm really good at keeping 50 balls in the air. Robert's known me for 45 years because he's my cousin. Have I pretty much been the same? I've always been a nut, right? So of all my family, all my kinfolk, all my inbred cousins, the only one that works for, because we probably have, if you did a out to second cousins level family reunion here, how many people would attend if everybody came? Yeah, it'd be like 100, right? So Robert and his wife Carmen are the only ones that work with us. Now, I only call him Robert because I love him out of respect. He likes Robert. But his dad is Uncle Bob, and so to me, he's Buster. Since he was little, we've always called him Buster. So he likes Robert, but if you're close to him, like his sister calls him Buster, his dad calls him Buster, me and my 7 siblings all call him Buster, and so I would like to encourage all of you to call him Buster as well. He'll answer to it. His wife calls him Robert because she sleeps with him. But my kids call him Uncle Buster. So, Travis, what do you call him?
Buster.
Malou?
Buster.
Brittany?
I don't know you, Robert.
I didn't know your name was Robert.
Because they all knew you through me. So Robert started 15 years ago when I came to Indy to start buying. He and Carmen were at my dad and we went to my grandma's house and had kitchen table meeting 2004 about reallocating into Indianapolis, about me setting up the management, the construction. So they were there for that. When I went to the auction for the first time, fall of 2004, when I started Alpine, January 2005, they've been involved. Robert was you were still like 19, weren't you? How old were you in 04? You were 21, 20? 22 and 19. And so he was he had like an earring and a tongue ring and his nipples pierced and spiky bleached hair, and
It wasn't quite that.
he would chew indoors. And hey, actually, 2 20-year smokers. How long have you both been? 9, 10 months. They both smoke 10 packs a day. So he was hanging drywall, and he came to start working for us, and we got a big fight 2 years later because I knew everything and so did he. And it's amazing how dumb we both are in our 40s, right? At 20, I knew everything. At 30, I was like, there's some stuff I don't know, but I can do everything. At 47, I'm like, I don't know shit. I don't know. And he's worked his way up. He ran a crew. He ran 2 crews. He runs all crews now. He manages all the construction, millions of dollars in construction. It was because of Buster that I felt comfortable building our first commercial building. He built this building. He and Carmen together built this building. Didn't they do a beautiful job? They really did, right? And remodeled next door for us. And, there's very few people in the world that I truly trust. And he is one of them. I would trust him with my money, with my children. He's one of the truly honest people. I trust him so much, I actually pay him salary from Alpine and then let him run crews also, because it's not a conflict for him. He's amazing. We really couldn't run this operation without him and his wife. In fact, we paid you guys a bonus when you finished the building. How much was it? 50 grand, right? And you guys blew it all in Vegas? They were making it rain at the Rhino.
It was hard to get it in the whole world.
I make it hail. I bring nickels. I saw that on Reddit this week.
That's 2020 for you.
Anyway, see, my sense of humor is very dark. So I asked them to come by today because we're going to go out on the bus, and they've managed all the construction on the project. So I've asked them to come. They're going to come with us. Anything construction related. Now, I taught the construction class with Robert, the Construction 101 class. So if any of you who watched that, you'll see what, he and Lincoln did most of the talking. I just kind of guided the conversation. But really, there isn't any aspect of construction that Buster hasn't done. New construction, commercial, new construction, residential, millions and millions of dollars in rehab construction, Hispanic crews, not English-speaking crews. He's just seen it all, done it all. And so, over the last 15 years, so feel free to ask him any question, no script. They're going to be on the bus with you. I'll follow along. We're going to do the house that I've been restoring. It's about 80% restored down the street. So there's a carriage house in the back. Feel free to go check that out. The whole first floor is an Airbnb. Feel free to check that out. we've been finishing restoring the second floor for Meg and I because we're selling our condo. We just got can you get out one of the gas lamps that's in the garage so they can see in the backyard when we're over there? Let's take one out so we can show them. So I've restored, one of my passions as a history major is old homes. I love old homes. I love restoring them. I've done about 15 projects over the years. It's my favorite thing to do. And so this project's about 80% done. It needs 150 grand more, but it's just going to be spectacular when it's completely done. And Tara and Devin, our other partners here, we did their home 2 blocks away. We finished that in about 2013, but that one, we took a whole layer. We took it back to the 1880 original plans. So that was cool. So I love restoring homes. It's not an investment. It's like a labor of love. This is one of the few restorations that I've been working on where I've actually been making money because we've been Airbnb-ing it. So we're going to see that. Then we're going to go to my best apartment complex that I've ever purchased. We bought it for we bought it for $900,000. It's worth $4 million now. Yeah. And, but my P&L sucks because of COVID. I was going to rent it to downtown restaurant workers and students. We finished it in January. I only have 4 tenants right now. So, but whatever, because there's no way in hell I'm selling that thing. If I didn't rent, it could stay empty for 3 years and I wouldn't sell it. As long as I knew there was a plan to get it rented down the road. And that's why I don't want to just throw people in there for, what are we getting? We're getting like $750 for them right now, I think. That's why I don't want to throw a bunch of people in there for $400. I'd rather just keep it empty. So we'll go look at a couple of the empty units of the apartments. Then we're just going to regular rental. I want you to see what we think rental grade is here in Indy. It'll be the same in Charlotte. It'll be the same in the Kansas City. We have that continuity of standard so you can get a feel. And Malou and Brittany will be here with Megan tonight. Those of you that sit down with her and you want to discuss buying in Charlotte, we'll pull Malou in because she's our market expert. Those of you that are thinking KC, Brittany's here. They're here, and they have deals from those markets so that you can feel comfortable. If you want to buy property from us, buying here in Indy, buying KC, buying Charlotte, and have the market expert here for any questions that you have. Does that make sense? I know 3 of you met with Meg last night. She'll have plenty of time to get through appointments. This is a small group. We have plenty of deals, so don't worry about that. Don, how many people did you meet with last night?
Not enough. I talked too long.
So if you didn't get a chance to meet with them, Ramez, you guys have signups now for IRA Club for any questions about that. So we should be pretty busy tonight. I know some of you were nervous. Just put in requests and dedications. I'll let you sing a solo like Tom did. Just let me know. I could play anything. But tonight will kind of flow like last night did. Feel free to grab some food. And, definitely feel free to spread out. Stay distance. You don't have to cluster at the tables. It's not like your living room. You can eat anywhere. So you can go downstairs if you want to. And we can accommodate any appointments downstairs as well if you would like a little more comfort and a little social distancing, because we want each one of you we want to be as comfortable as you want it to be, and we're happy to help you with that. That's why we have like 50 on the live stream that aren't here. So other than that, is the bus ready to go? I think they said 2:30. Cool, so let's take our time. Of course, you can leave stuff. Afterwards, it'll drop you off at the bus will drop you to the hotel and then bring you back like last night. But we're doing great on time today, unlike yesterday when I was running late all day. So, okay, Jake, cut it.